Please have a seat and change your phone to silent mode to ensure that the event runs smoothly because the event will begin. Thank you for your cooperation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of the third International Conference on Disaster Mitigation and Management. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation for your extraordinary enthusiasm and active participation throughout our first day. And we deeply appreciate you taking the time to join us again today. We are honored to have you with us again as we continue our important discussion. Today's agenda is plenary session 3 and 4, and we will continue parallel session 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we open a new chapter in our discussion, focusing on international collaboration and learning from diverse experience in disaster management from around of the world. And now, we are waiting for plenary session 3. This session will be led by excellence moderator, Professor Insinyur Yona Riza, MSc, PhD. Please join me in welcoming Professor Insinyur Yona Riza, MSc, PhD to the stage. Professor, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to those of you in this room. Good evening to some of you online maybe from United States. Good afternoon to those of you who are in Europe, probably online. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third plenary session, ICDMM 2025. My name is Yona Riza, your moderator for this morning session. This session is designed to those of you interested in social science and humanities governance. It is related to our sub-team number 2 and number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, keynote speaker, Director of Career School, Andalas University, Prof. Fauzan, the chairman of the conference. Let me start the session. We have 2 keynote speakers online, and supposedly, initially, we would have 5 keynote speakers. Sad to say that Mr. Iswat Talemambua from Fiji just passed away. So we only have 4 keynote speakers today. Well, the 2 keynote speakers will be online. Can we share the Zoom, please? Already share the room? Zoom? Okay. Can you see Professor Louis K. Comfort online?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you online? Okay, thank you, Prof. Can also see Dr. Robert Mikash online.
Hello, good morning. I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Robert Mikash. And we have also from Andalas University, Dr. Yeni Narni, Prof. Yeni Narni. Please come to the stage. And also later on will join us Professor Abdul Hakam. Yeah, he might be late little bit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 hour session, and each presenter will have 20 minutes presentation, and we will have the Q&A later on. Without further ado, let me invite our first keynote speaker, Prof. Louis K. Comfort. She affiliated with the Graduate School of Public and International Affairs, University of Pittsburgh, yeah, in Pennsylvania, USA. Her background, she finished her PhD from Yale University in political science in 1975, and also he studied in University of Hamburg in Germany in political sociology 1960. She also got MA in political science from University of California in Berkeley, and also BA in political science and philosophy from Macalester College, yeah, in Minneapolis. Well, she has a lot of experience, including academic experience all over the world, yeah, in China, in Turkey, in Europe, in several campuses in US. Now she is focusing on problem, yeah, of linking information technology to organizational learning and performance in organization and function in complex dynamic environment. I don't want to read her 35 pages CV. Let us welcome Prof. Louis K. Comfort from Pittsburgh University. Time is yours, Prof.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words. I am delighted to be here. I have long, good working relationships and friendships with faculty of Andalas University. I'm pleased to say I've visited your lovely university many times and wish I were with you in person tonight. But I'm going to share my slides, and tonight, while I've worked in Indonesia on tsunamis and earthquakes, tonight I'm going to talk with you about a major hazard that we're experiencing here in California, which is wildfire. Can you bring up my slides, please? And there. And the key problem that we have here is anticipating risk, because in California, many of our natural hazards have derived from climate change. And so climate change actually compels a cultural shift in how we understand risk, how we prepare for risk, and how we respond and recover from risk. And the key issue is the increasing frequency, size, and scale of these extreme events as they overwhelm the existing capacity of local emergency response personnel, and indeed, in many cases, the entire state of California. I will use as an example tonight the losses from the January 2025 wildfires in Allegheny County, $272 billion and counting. 30 lives were lost, over 40,000 acres were burned, over 180,000 residents were evacuated, and over 16,000 structures were burned. Such an event honestly overwhelmed the emergency personnel and the preparations for that event. Next slide, please. And further, these events create new hazards that we hadn't anticipated and hadn't prepared for. In California, to counter climate change, there's a big push for electric vehicles. But what we discovered is the electric vehicles create an enormous hazard of pollution when the lithium batteries are burned. And further, regular services that we rely on every day, like gasoline pumps for gasoline-powered cars, actually create additional hazards. And the start of one of the fires, the Eaton fire, was literally at this location, a gasoline station in Eaton, California. Next slide, please. So as wildfires increase and encroach on human settlements, the risk, the cost, and the complexity of these threats grow. And it creates a different area of risk because these fire sheds cross municipal boundaries, county boundaries, even state boundaries. And they are inconsistent with the hierarchical jurisdictional scale of administration that we have developed over 200 years in the United States. One of the products of our research was to actually analyze the relationships among the organizations that have responsibility for risk management in California. And what we see is an increasing disconnect between the regional scale of disasters and the hierarchical structure of existing plans. This network diagram shows the clusters of the two main organizations that respond to events, CAL FIRE and also the California Office of Emergency Services, but it also shows disconnected clusters that have critical responsibilities but are not connected to these fires. Soberly, several of these organizations are public health organizations and hospitals that are absolutely critical in managing the recovery from disasters. And so what we see is that the current escalation of risk in climate change requires social engagement, local knowledge, and collective action from the full set of organizations and institutions in a community. Next slide, please. So the challenge is really to align decisions across these scales of operation for emergency response. And decision-making in these large-scale urgent events really crosses these interdisciplinary lines. But decisions need to be made. It's an urgent event. Time is short, the conditions are changing, information is incomplete, and lives are at risk. So operational personnel must do something, and they're compelled to act under uncertainty with incomplete information. The tension is, should they remain open to new information as it comes in, or consolidate their actions on the information they have, which may be incomplete and essentially wrong. But what we do know is that cognition, information structures action and helps to balance this openness and control that varies with the severity of risk, access to information, and the social and technical and organizational infrastructure for managing risk. Next slide, please. So the complexity and interdependencies of managing risk from hazards under climate change requires a systems approach. Communities depend on the continuity of systems of power, water, communications, and traffic, but hazards disrupt the interaction of these systems, and that threatens cascades of risk. If the electrical system fails, the water system fails. If the water system fails, the hospitals are unable to respond, or the fire department is unable to draw water for risk. So these cascading systems become a new threat to the operational personnel. In order to counter this and to identify these disconnects, we are now developing what are called socio-technical digital twins, which are sets of computational models that identify gaps in the performance of these multiple organizations under stress. And so modeling explores alternative scenarios of action before extreme events occur. Next slide, please. Next, there. But these complex systems operate in what we call complex time. And this means that the different subsystems, water, communications, traffic, perceive risk at varying rates of intensity and danger. And this is especially true across jurisdictional lines. At the local municipality, they may see the risk immediately, but at the broader county level, they may not be aware of it yet. And what we see is that in practice, each operational subsystem adapts to the risk to increase stability within the operations and its own scale, but doing so may cause disconnects at the upper or the lower scales, creating misalignment among these subsystems, which then threatens the stability of the whole system. So what we've observed is that timely information flow within the system among all the subsystems builds collective cognition of risk that structures collective action, enabling the set of subsystems to act together to reduce risk. This results in a collective intelligence across the system that guides this nonlinear social learning process. Next slide, please. So what we are trying to create in our research here at the University of California, Berkeley, is what we call socio-technical systems and a socio-technical digital twin. That includes both the social dimension of organizations, jurisdictions, people, resources, knowledge, with the technological dimension that includes the physical infrastructure for water networks, roads for traffic networks, and electrical poles and systems for communication networks. And we're trying to integrate it into a social concept, a concept of social learning, so that information coming from the social dimension about the technical systems is fed back through the technical communication systems to the organizations that manage the water and the communications and the traffic systems. Now, this does involve community engagement, so we need people in the community to be aware, to learn, and to perceive risk in event of a major hazard. So a socio-technical digital twin is trying to integrate the information that allows one system to learn from another system and create a comprehensive profile of information and timely knowledge of the state of the system. Next slide, please. So to do this, we use modeling, computational modeling, as a means of exploring risk. And we know that each event creates new challenges, it tests existing plans, and reveals gaps in practice. But we have a long tradition of after-action reports to go back, review the past events, identify the strengths and weaknesses in operations for that event, and to use that knowledge to create scenarios to anticipate risk of severe events that have not happened yet, but to create alternative scenarios that people can learn from past events to inform future actions. Now, in dynamic complex operations like wildfire, models are given the advantage because we now have subsystems that are able to track performance over time. Water utilities, water networks are monitoring the water, so we know the rate of water and we know its increase in an extreme event and its decrease, and the same with electrical systems. So drawing knowledge from the technical systems and using it to create parameters for scenarios for organizational systems, we can look at the interaction between the two and begin to create a system dynamics model to anticipate risk for future events. And this paper that I'm sharing with you, we created a system dynamics model using field data from the 2020 Santa Clara lightning complex fire. Next slide, please. Now, this was an extraordinary fire. On August 17th, 2020, which was in the middle of COVID, if you recall, there was a very unusual storm that created 12,000 dry lightning strikes that ignited wildfires in the dry, parched grasslands in the metropolitan San Francisco Bay Area. These lightning strikes created 3 large wildfires that were burning simultaneously in 8 of the 9 Bay Area counties, putting 7 million people at risk. And these events created a massive demand on the statewide CAL FIRE fighting capacity, which is directed by CAL FIRE. And again, as I mentioned, it was compounded by the threat of COVID-19 at micro, meso, and macro levels of operation. So the approach that CAL FIRE implemented was to put in place a network of network strategy in a systemic effort to contain fires and mobilizing resources from a wide region, other states, Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, Arizona, and nations, Mexico, Canada, Australia, and even Israel, to fight this fire. Next slide, please. So to create the system dynamics model, we obtained data regarding the performance of this fire by creating a public records request to CAL FIRE, the responsible department, and we received the incident reports that were submitted by the incident commanders for this fire. It was the Santa Clara ICU fire, the largest of the 3 in the Bay Area, and we verified the types of network that were operating at that same time. The planned networks, which were the incident command structure, the emergent networks, which were people, rushing to help spontaneously, the operational networks, which tried to blend the emergent and planned networks. And interestingly, what was very interesting to us was an intelligent network as people began to understand, recognize the risk, share information, and converge their understanding and their actions in a single, for the same goal, reduction of the fires. So we identified key parameters: acreage burned, operational personnel, assisting organizations, and the percent of acreage under fire that was contained, and the estimated cost for these 52 records for actually the days August 17th through September 10th. Importantly, using the 12-hour intervals, we were able to calculate the rate of change for these key parameters to enter into the system dynamics model. Now, as you can imagine, the rate of change was nonlinear. This was a dramatically evolving wildfire, but it was essential to identify the interacting effects among these variables. And so we did develop a preliminary system dynamics model to show the feedback loops among the variables. Next slide, please. And so the design concepts were first that the flow of information transfers knowledge among the actors within the subsystems. And secondly, that from this flow of information through the system, a collective intelligence emerges that influences the operations of the whole system. And our key variables were the operational personnel perceive the risk in the immediate fire zone, but the assisting personnel add local knowledge of risks and resources in the wider area being threatened by the fire. And so learning is assumed during these changes of authority and the allocation of resources over time. Now, the two objects that are changing is the number of acres that are burned and the number of acres that were contained by fire operations, and the estimated costs, of course, that resulted from the interaction of the agents. Next slide, please. So this is a description of the model elements, and the system dynamics model is really taken from business administration. Many of you may recognize these classic variables. The stock that we considered was acreage burned and acreage contained. The flow is the rate of change that we were able to calculate. For the active variables, the links illustrate the dependencies among the elements that show the nonlinearity of the system. And the dynamic variables, the variables that are generating the change, are the operational personnel, that is the number of personnel engaged in field operations, and importantly, the assisting organizations. These were not the field personnel on the, fighting on the hills, but the organizations that are providing additional information, backup information about the area, the context. And then, of course, the estimated cost that continued to rise. Now, the parameters were the boundaries of the system, which included the total operational personnel and the total number of assisting organizations. And we did set a schedule function for time that was based on the rate of change. Next slide, please. And so this is an outline of the model that we created, and you see the rate of change in personnel, the two types of personnel, operational and assisting organizations, the two variables that are changing, the acreage burned and the acreage contained. And this was the schedule, these were the schedules that was based on the rate of change and, of course, the estimated cost. And next slide, please. And this shows the model in operations. So if you can please run the model. Can you show the model? Right, click on the run to show the model. There. And so this is a simple model that shows the change for operational personnel as the assisting organizations add new information to the overall understanding of risk. And here we see the change between acreage burned and acreage contained. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so these are the effects of the system dynamics model. We created 3 scenarios, one with a low rate of change, one with a medium rate of change, and one with a high rate of change. And what we see is that with the increase in the rate of change, the parameters, the point at which the acreage contained begins to increase, which is the purple line, and the acreage burned begins to decrease, is out here at almost 0.06. In scenario 2, with a medium rate of change, the nexus, the intersection, moves back to just a little over 4.4, 0.4, which is maybe 0.47, almost 5. And in scenario 3, with a high rate of change, and this is the change in information flow to the operational personnel, the nexus moves further to about 3.2. This is an approximation here, but we see that the acreage contained, the nexus becomes shorter, and so the time at which acreage contains exceeds acreage burns shortens. And so we see that what we can change in practice is the gap between cognition and action if we shorten it by collective intelligence. Next slide, please. And so if we interpret the results, we can see that the model shows key relationships and that the rapid increase in acreage burned with the slow entry of operational personnel when they don't have the additional knowledge. This relationship reverses when the number of operational personnel increases and the acreage under fire decreases, but what contributes to that reversal is that the assisting organizations add local knowledge and influence the capacity of the operational personnel to control the fire, changing the rate of acreage contained. The estimated cost of the fire increases throughout the periods, and this includes both losses of infrastructure and the cost of fire suppression. So our conclusion is the impact on the time of the evolving dynamic of operations personnel as the delay in mobilization accelerated the rate of acreage burned. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here is an update on dry lightning strikes in California. This risk is not going away. It is a consequence of climate change. In this year, on August 26th, approximately the same time as of the month as the 2020 fire, there were over 12,152 dry lightning strikes that occurred on one day. It's important to understand what dry lightning is. It occurs when rain clouds form, but the ground temperature is so high that the rain dries before it hits the ground. So the lightning strikes then occur, and when they strike highly flammable, dry, parched vegetation, they ignite wildfires. And the storms that are accompanied by these rainstorms without water, without rain, spread the wildfires very quickly. So wildfires are a continual risk literally every summer in California. In 2020, they burned 4.2 million acres, but interestingly, with innovative information technologies, the use of artificial intelligence improves the monitoring of ignitions. And this year, even with the same number of dry lightning strikes, it enabled prompt response from CAL FIRE to bring ignitions under control quickly, as the crews did in this year, 2025, in contrast to just 5 years ago, 2020. Next slide, please. And so thank you very much for your patience and for listening. And I do want to refer to the paper on which this presentation is based. It's available in the journal Risk Analysis, and this is the DOI. It was published in March of this year, so it's still in its early view stage, but you can access it using this DOI. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions if this is the time for it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Louis Kikon for sharing with us coal fire, yeah, the new model of reducing fire disaster, yeah, in California experience. We'll ask you later after the all key presenter present their paper. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite the second online speaker. We have Dr. Robert Mikak. Dr. Robert Mikak is from
Croatia.
Croatia. Okay,
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, he is now associate professor in the area of social science. Yeah, in the field of political science, also in subfield of international relations and national university. Yeah, in Croatia. Yeah, he is now a associate professor. Without further ado, please present your paper. Yeah, you are going to talk about. Yeah, please. Time is yours. Yeah, about policy in institutional governance and capacity building. Yeah, in disaster management. Time is yours, Dr. Mikak. Sorry if you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Terima kasih banyak. Could you please share my slides? Thank you. So, once again, thank you very much. Right now, I'm in Turkey, in Ankara, the capital of the Turkey, and I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to be with you online. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in the spot, but I promise that next time I will be with you in your conference. Until now, I visited Indonesia for 7 times, and all the time was a great time, and I looking forward to also have opportunity to visit your university. First of all, regarding to my topic, I know that I have approximately 20 minutes, so I will watch on my watch regarding to that time. I will try to talk about European Union perspective when we talk about the disaster risk management. I strongly believe that European Union, it is the biggest and most successful project in the human history, and I will try to show something little bit from that history and from that project in this presentation. So please, we can start with the next slide. First of all, I will try to introduce to you with a few words. I started my career like a soldier. I was a soldier, that not commissioned officer, then commissioned officer. I served in Afghanistan NATO mission over there. After that, my second job, I was head of the National 112 Center. It is my first time that I was connected in the real world with disaster risk management in my country, but also through the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Then my third job, I was independent police inspector inside of the Ministry of Interior. And after that, I was civil protection commander of my country. I was responsible for disaster risk reduction in my country. I was also participated in many EU activities. I have many on-field experience regarding to the floods, forest fires, migrant crisis, etc. And right now, in the last 10 years, I'm the professor at the Faculty of the Political Science, University of Zagreb. Next slide, please. Till now, I published totally 8 books, myself and with my colleagues. The books are associated with different areas of security. Books are published on the Croatian language, English language, and Macedonian language. And I strongly believe that one of the next my books will be also in Bahasa, Indonesia. Next slide, please. Besides to the academic experience, it is some of my hobbies, my activities during my free time, but also connected with the professional development from the scuba diving, mountain climbing, martial arts, parachuting, and I'm also the sport pilot. Next slide, please. Here's the content of my presentation. First of all, I will have a few slides about the facts about the European Union and about how we doing the disaster risk reduction inside of the EU and how we also try to help globally. After that, I have 4 main topics. You can see that it is multi-level management, architecture for disaster risk management, capacity building at all levels, EU in action, and how to EU support to Indonesia. And on the right-hand side, you can see how many slides and how many minutes I have to dedicate to each of these topics. And of course, finally, I have one slide for conclusion. So please, let's start. First slide, please. On this slide, you can see two maps. On the left-hand side, you have the map of the European Union, like organization. In the dark purple, you have the full member of the European Union, and on the light purple, you have the countries which are in the accession process. And unfortunately, Great Britain left us. On the right-hand side, it is the same map, but right now on the dark blue, it is the full members of the EU. And in the light blue, it is full member of the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism. And it is very important that you know that European Union have 27 countries and additional 6 like full member of the Civil Protection Mechanism. Next slide, please. Like in each of the presentation, first of all, we need to have the definition of the main concept with which we'll operate the presentation. Here is the 6 of them. From the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, it is main instruments when we talk about disaster risk reduction inside of the European Union. Second one, it is ERCS, European Response Coordination Center, placed in Brussels, operating 24/7, and through that center we collect, disseminate information regarding to all the risks and all the situations in Europe and also outside of the Europe. After that, we have civil protection, humanitarian aid, development aid. It is the mechanisms through which we try to coordinate and try to help to each other, but also try to help the people outside of the Europe. And of course, disaster risk reduction is focused on the prevention and preparedness, and also it's incorporated inside of the civil protection, humanitarian aid, and development aid, what we try to develop and provide to the citizens in Europe, but also abroad. Next slide, please. Here, once again, it is one of the map, and it is very, very good map, because on that map you can see how the civil protection mechanism was started from 2002 till the middle of this year. You can see the countries in Europe, but also globally, how many times they request support from European Union regarding to the natural and man-made disasters. Of course, that main users of these assistance help are the countries inside of the Europe, and you can see on the bottom left part of the slide that countries like Portugal, France, Italy, Greece, Albania, Ukraine, Moldova are the countries who ask the assistance for the many times. And on the bigger map, you can see that also the countries from the central part and the Latin part of America, from many countries of the Africa, Middle East, Asia use the assistance from European Union. And you can see that with the orange color, it is Indonesia. That means in the last 20 years, Indonesia requested assistance from European Union between 7 till 8 times. Next slide, please. And final slide for the introduction. It is about also some facts about the mechanism what we develop in Europe. We have the global reach, so basically everybody, every country, every organization like United Nations, when they ask for the help will be provided from the Europeans. So basically we will always try to provide the help to the countries and the people who are in need. Financial power, just 1 year in 2023, you can see how many billions, not millions, billions we invest in just in official development assistance globally. That means that European Union and member states are a leader in the global assistance to the countries and people who are needed. Humanitarian aid, we also provide the big amount of the assistance to the countries globally and try to help them to prevent the disasters, and also try to help them to deal with the disasters when disasters are happened. And also everything what is happened and how we provide the help, it need to be very transparent and need to be very accountable. Next slide, please. And right now we go to one of the 4 topics. So basically, when we talk about multi-level management, architecture for disaster risk management, first on this slide you can see 3 bullets regarding the European Union. On the EU level, inside of the European Commission, we have the Director General. It's called Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operation Department. To that department, we have the political body which is taking care about how we provide the help and how we develop the disaster risks management and how we need to deal with that. It's written in the Treaty of the Lisbon. It is the latest, the primary legislation of the EU. In that treaty, it is written that we will try to provide the help also inside of the EU, but also we will try to provide the help to the people and countries outside of the EU. And the final bullet is here, how that legislation is put into place. So basically, EU institutions like European Commission, but of course European Parliament, and member states jointly adopt the set of the binding rules for all phases of disaster risk management. And after that, you will see on the next slides, national states are responsible to implement these binding rules in the national legislation. Next slide, please. Thank you. On this slide, I talk about national level. So basically, when we adopt some binding regulation on the EU level, jointly when we adopt this legislation. After that, on the national level, we are mandatory to adopt these rules, not just directives, it is also strategies, regulations, different protocols in the national legislation. And also, we are responsible to also not just have it on the national level, but we are also need to on each of the EU member states to have the sectoral coordination. That means that each of different sectors need to be involved when we talk about all the phase of disaster risks management. And how that goes in the real situation, that means that each country is responsible to dealing with the threats, risks, and disasters. And then they don't have enough manpower, resources, or the knowledge. After that, they ask assistance for European Union Civil Protection Mechanism through the European Response Coordination Center in Brussels. Next slide, please. And finally, right now we are on the regional and the local level. You can see on the right-hand side of the slide that how many different regions and local communities are in Europe. So basically, they have also a huge amount of responsibilities because they are first line of the response. So basically, they are the first responders who need to react to all the phases of the disaster risks management, from the preparedness, prevention, mitigations, response, and all the other activities. They need to have the policy adaptation. So basically, everything what was adopted on EU level, after that on the national level, they also need to implement on the local level. That means that they need to conduct risk assessments, they need to plan the resources, they need to be connected in the crisis communication, and many other things. And also, it is very important when we talk about regional and local level that we talk also about cooperation and knowledge exchange. We have many different possibilities and mechanisms on the EU level when we talk about that field and how to exchange the knowledge and experiences between the different actors across the Europe. Next slide, please. Right now, we are going to the topic, it's called capacity building at all levels. I would just mention that we have many different initiatives and tools. For this slide, I just took the 4 of them. We have many monthly and yearly joint training and exercises from different parts of the Europe. On that way, we introduce to each other. We try to build a standardized approach to the different threats, risks, and capacity building. Also, we have something what we call the technical assistance and peer reviews. So basically, each of the country can ask, and also the countries who are not part of the civil protection mechanism of the EU can ask that group of the experts from the EU will come to that country to analyze the situation on the ground and to make the recommendation how to improve some part of the system. Also, very important, it is knowledge, and also this conference, it is about the knowledge exchange. So basically, thank you very much for that. We have many different platforms when we talk about how we exchange the knowledge, online, offline, individual, in groups, different way of the exchange the knowledge. And also, it is very important to mention EU funds. So basically, if you want to implement anything, you need to have funds for that. Usually, when we talk about local and regional level of the governments, mainly they don't have so much funds for implementing new solutions. So basically, through EU funds, we try to implement and to finance this kind of the needs on the ground. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide about capacity building at all level. Right now, of course, during the time, the area of the primary focus are changed. Right now, it is the four of this one, what is on the slide, what is on the focus when we talk about EU. It is innovative financing. So basically, we try to attract additional funding for humanitarian needs. We try to fund the local needs. So basically, that we will empower the local actors, that they will be in the power that they can deal with all phases of disaster risk management. We are pretty much right now focused on the gender and age sensitivity, and also on the technological innovation. Right now, I am also part of one of these projects across the European Union, that we try to analyze what are the new technologies, green technologies, artificial intelligence, what can be used in the disaster risk management. Next slide, please. And final slide regarding the capacity building at all levels. We have at EU level, we have the 5 disaster resilience goals. It is anticipate, prepare, alert, respond, and secure. And on the right-hand side of this picture, you can see what is the flagship initiative through each of these 5 disaster resilience goals. On that level, we try to communicate with the people, we try to communicate with the competent authorities, what are the goals, where we will put the funds, what is the project goals, and how to deal with the whole system of disaster risk management inside of the Europe. Thank you. We go to the next slide, and the third art topic. It is about EU in the action. Probably it will be more interesting part of my presentation. So basically, with 8 slides, I'll try to show you how the process goes. For example, each of the country in Europe, but also abroad, and also, for example, I mentioned that Indonesia sometimes also asked for the assistance for European Union mechanism. So basically, requests for assistance need to come to the center in the Brussels. For that center, immediately, that information was forwarded to all the national 112 centers. I was head of this kind of the center, so basically, I have the personal experience that goes very, very fast. And also from the Brussels, with that forward information that somewhere is happened something globally. Also, the question goes, what you can provide like assistance if assistance will be needed. And in a very quick manner, it is question of the hours because the process is very standardized. So basically, the national centers return the information to the center in the Brussels, what that country can offer like assistance for the country what is affected with disasters. Approximately in 24 hours between the request for assistance was in Brussels in 24 hours will give the offer for assistance to that country, and that country had the probability to accept or reject some of the assistance what we try to give them. In the meantime, we prepared the group of the experts who will go physically on the ground, and they are collecting in one spot, and after that they are flying to that country, and there are liaison officers on the ground, not to be someone who will say to the competent authorities in those countries who are affected what they need to do, but they will be on the ground like liaison officers who will provide them assistance and who will also coordinate the help of which will come from the Europe. Next slide, please. Yeah, if we talk about how we provide the assistance, this is very important that to know that we developed different groups of the capabilities and capacities. On the right-hand part of the slide, you can see in the groups, in the different colors, what are the capacities, what are to be developed inside of the Europe that we can help to each other inside of the Europe, but also to provide assistance globally. And on the main part of that picture, you can see how many these kind of the mobile teams each of the countries developed until the slide is from 2023. So basically, you can see, and these all of the teams are something what is permanently offered in the databases. So basically, all the teams can be deployed in very few hours from the request that they will be deployed anywhere in the Europe, but also abroad of the Europe. Next slide, please. And right now I will show some of the also very important parts. That means that the European Commission, the Director General for the Humanitarian Assistance and Civil Protection, have the regional offices. For example, you can see in the map in the central part of America, in the Africa, Middle East, and also in Southeastern Asia. And additional to that, it has 50 field offices in 40 countries. These offices are very useful to coordinate with the countries in the region on the soft manners. So basically, when some of the incidents are not happened, to help the countries and the region how to build stronger systems together, how to transfer the knowledge from EU to those countries. And when some of the disasters are happened, these regional offices are also very useful to coordinate the assistance to the country which are affected with disaster. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to show you what is right now one of the biggest natural risks in Europe. It is forest fires. So basically, we know that each of the country cannot defend and fight against the forest fires alone. So basically, we share the resources, the knowledge, the information, and the land firefighters and also the planes are exchanged between the countries and to help to each other to prevent and to stop the forest fires. And also, when it's possible, we offer this kind of capacities to the countries who are outside of the Europe. Next slide, please. Also, beside the forest fires, the second very important and biggest risks in Europe, it is the floods. It is from this slide is from 2014. On that time, I was commanding officer in my country regarding to the civil protection system, and we had on that time few of this kind of the very, very dramatic, very huge floods. So basically, we like a country, we help to the neighboring countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia. The situation in those countries was pretty much worse. We also try to provide them the assistance, we provide them the manpower, and also we serve like a host nation support country to the teams from the western part of the Europe who passing through Croatia to help the Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia. Next slide, please. I'm looking on the watch. I will be finished for 5 minutes. Also, very recently, very damaging, catastrophic event was happened in the Turkey. And of course, because of the huge consequences of that earthquake, Turkey, like a very strong country, cannot deal with that consequences alone. So basically, European Union, all the member states, they sent many physical, technical, different kind of financial assistance to Turkey to help the Turkey government and authorities to deal with that consequences. Next slide, please. Also very important, and right now it is not so in the focus. It was from the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, when many people from Europe was stuck globally, and some of them were stuck for example, in Bali, Indonesia, for the vacation, and some of these kind of things. And you know that every planes were landed down, so basically it was not easy to return back to your domestic country. So basically, civil protection mechanism was activated, And through that mechanism, many thousands and thousands of Europeans have possibility to return back to the Europe. And if we didn't have this kind of mechanism, they will be stuck in the different countries globally, and it will be very, very terrible for them how to return back to their domestic countries. And next slide, and it will be the final slide for this session. It is about the war in Ukraine. So basically, the war started in 2014 when Russia make an accession of the peninsula Crimea. You can see on the right-hand side and the lower part from the 2014 till the 2021 how many millions, billions of the assistance and finance European Union and member states provide to the Ukraine. And when Russia started with a full-scale war against the Ukraine in 2022, you can see how many help Europeans provided to Ukraine, try to provide help in different manner to save the lives and to give the authorities possibility to help their own people. So, and we go to the next slide, and it is my final topic. And sorry if I'm few minutes too long. I have just 2 slides in this topic. It is how European Union support to Indonesia. I will start from 2004 and the big, terrible the tsunami. What was happening in Southeastern Asia, and Indonesia was most affected. So basically, immediately, European Union provide hundreds of millions of euros to life-saving emergency support, and after that, financing many other small-scale projects after trying to return the lives in the normal after the tsunami was happened. And next slide, please. And on this slide, you can see additional activities, how EU helped Indonesia through humanitarian funding, through direct interventions with the money, to the disaster preparedness, not just in Indonesia, but in all ASEAN countries, and also to building local capabilities and capacities to dealing with all phases of disaster risks management. And next slide, with that slide, I will finish my presentation. So basically, my conclusion is that EU, like organization, but also member states countries, are very successful and rapidly developing its capacities for all phases of disaster risk management. EU and its member states are always available to provide assistance, knowledge, and exchange of experience with everyone in the world. So basically, we are also have this kind of presentation today at your very, very important conference. And the third point of my presentation is that EU acts globally, help as much as possible, and will continue to do so in the future. Next slide. And with next slide, I will finish my presentation. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much to having me here on your beautiful presentation, on beautiful conference. And I strongly believe that next time I will be offline with you, that I will be at your university in the person, so that we can meet and exchange the experience together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barmikak, for beautiful presentation on how EU involved in the international relation with regard to disaster risk reduction and management through ERCC, and how also rescue respond to all the disaster. And we learn a lot from your experience, and we understand more on how the international relation is involved in disaster management. We'll come to the question and answer later on. We now come to the second key speaker from home, who is Professor Yeni Narni. Thank you for coming. He is professor at Andalas University, Faculty of Humanities, Social and Humanities, FIB, and he obtained her PhD from Andalas University and Magister from ANU in Canberra, and PhD from the King University. She's going to talk about disaster history. Please, Bu Nani, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. My PPT, please. Okay. Indonesia is often described the world as disaster laboratory. Its geographical position intersection in three major tectonic plates, and we know all Asian, Australian, Pacific. Constantly the country in earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, and flood also. Historical record reveal that disasters are not rare anomaly, but rather part of the pulse of life archipelago. Every decade, major event reshape physically, landscape, and live deeply imprint the collective memory. Yet the central issue does not lie solely in geology. It's also about how society and government manage risk and interpret the recurring collective experience. Both colonial and modern history show recurring pattern. Disaster repeat, but response are often biased. In Padang, flood has been recorded since 19th century. The Dutch colonial government built the Banda Kali Canal to protect port and warehouse, but poor riverside treatment remained vulnerable. In Banda, tsunami in 1852 and 1899 were documented in colonial archive mainly as economic losses to nutmeg and plantation, and along the West Sumatra coast, the sequent and earthquake in 1797 and 93 and 1833 and 1861 forced local community to develop evacuation ritual form of adaptation. The fact illustrates that colonial disaster policy prioritized economic asset for humanity's sake. The analytical frameworks is usually the understanding disaster not merely as natural phenomena, but as product the interaction between hazard, export, and vulnerability. Major earthquake does not automatically constitute of disaster. It becomes one when social vulnerability and lack of preparedness magnify its impact. Thus, viewing this disaster slowly from geophysical lens encourage fatalism, as if nothing can be done when in fact disasters are deeply interviewed with social, economic, and political conditions. Social history in this my field, however, provide the important counter the narrative. The Minangkabau people developed the method for predicting flood by observing river color change the fish behavior. In Simelu, the trauma in 1907 tsunami was transmitted through the oral traditions monk, with 7,000 of lives during the 2004 tsunami. Conversely, in Sirambu, West Nias, the collective memory in 19th century tsunami fit living to the community unprepared for 2004 and 2005 wave. This contrasted case demonstrates how social memory can serve as the living world shifting, while the loss generate new vulnerability. Beyond memory, urban heritage also function as archive of risk. The place names such as Tarandam, Pulau Air in Padang, encode flood history. Sawalunto colonial meaning lie out record the risk landslide, while the Banda preserves requiring earthquake tsunami pattern. When understood as long-term risk mark, such heritage and can get mitigation. Yet when ignored, instead become the burden of vulnerability. Unfortunately, public policy often demonstrates what can be called disaster amnesia. After one event passed, social memory fights archives are interpreted narrowly as technical record. and reconstruction frequently occur that same hazard-prone area. Padang exemplified this. Despite over the century of recurrent flood, urban planning continued to permit development in flood-prone zone. This reflects the technocratic-oriented inherit from the colonial area, protecting economy infrastructure where neglecting human security. From this perspective, social disaster history provides the three strategic functions. First, has archive of vulnerability, history record of flood, earthquake, and tsunami since colonial time can be used as long-term risk map. Second, has a sort of resilient, local chronic and collective memory have proven more active in saving life than technical system alone. Third, has the normative instrument. History remind policymakers to move away from colonial area economic bias toward the human-centered oriented that prioritize community protection. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some theoretical framework. Disaster has social contraction, where the disaster and social interaction. In the classic discourse, disasters are often understood as purely natural event. Earthquake, flood, volcanic eruption occurring suddenly beyond human control. This perspective, however, increasingly the critic for being reduced as they neglect the social condition that shape the skull education. This framework visually in historian use has the analysis, the historical event. And the social ecological, and the other one, social ecological resilience. The concept resilience originally in ecology. It has the ability ecosystem to absorb shock while they maintain core function. Later scholars expand into the social ecology resilience, stating the independent to the natural and human system. In this framework, resilience not simply about bound back to prior state, but also about adapting, learning, and transforming the response to shock. Historical example illustrated this well. On Simeulue Island in 1907, tsunami was integrated into the oral tradition through song, a local song that served as disaster education. This cultural memory enabled community to adapt across generation and save thousands of lives in 2004. By contrast, in Sirambu, West Nias, finding collective memory of 19th century tsunami left community unprepared. In 2005 and 2004, resulting in significant causality and displacement. This contracted case highlight that resilience not only technical, but also cultural and social. Diversity knowledge traditional indicator, oral tradition, and social solidarity network form a mosaic of resilience that complement technological warning system. And the other one, the collective memory. This is the only important concept. Collective memory as the social construct why the community preserve the transmit shared experience. In disaster context, collective memory become as living archive that shape now how community recognize risk and act in a time of crisis. Hartman and Oliver Smith expanded into the idea disaster subculture, describing knowledge, value, and practice that emerge from the repeat experience of others. Spong in Simeulue is one of clearest example of disaster subculture, a culture artifact functioning as an organic early warning system. The other one, urban heritage, has a risk of archive. In the disaster history, urban heritage is more than nostalgia relic. Colonial spatial pattern, all infrastructure and toponyms often encode collective risk knowledge. In Padang area, name Orawang, Tarandam, or pulau air testify the requiring floods. Sawalunto mining landscape reflect risk of landslide, while Banda urban fabric record the repeat cycle of earthquake and tsunami. The other one, social history has a policy foundation. From the theoretical lens, social disaster history perform the three functions in the policy making. First, archive of vulnerability, history document, recurrent disaster, providing empirical data for a long-time risk planning. Second, has source of resilience, local tradition, whether oral song like Semong or ecological knowledge in Minangkabau, represent adaptive system that must be integrated in formal disaster framework. Third, normative instrument. History challenges the colonial legacy, privileging economic asset over human safety, again paradigm shift toward human-centered disaster government. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see some case in a colonial period. The colonial period in Indonesia archipelago produced the extensive record of natural disaster through archived newspaper, scientific report, and urban planning document. The source offer the detailed description of flood, earthquake, and tsunami. Yeah, but the critical reading revealed the consistent bias. Disaster were framed primarily as threat to economic stability and administrative continuity, not as human crisis. The colonial state adopted the technocratic solution that emphasizes infrastructure canal, like a canal and port facility to safeguard trade and plantation, while the vulnerabilities of poor and marginalized communities were largely neglected. In Padang and Badakali, Padang as capital West Coast residency was repeatedly struck by flood in the late 19th and early 19th century. Colonial newspaper that many say about the flood in 1904 and 1907 were in Unand warehouse and disrupted maritime trade. In response, the colonial government construct the Banda Kali Canal, nearly 7 km long, diverting to Batang Arau River to the reduced flooding in the port area. The canal stood as a symbol colonial engineering and modernization, but benefits were squared, while the commercial assets were protected and riverside settlements such as Tarandam and Pulau Air continue to flood. This imbalance reflected the technocratic orientation that treated risk management as an economic necessity rather than a social obligation. By contrast, in Minangkabau community developed their own adaptive knowledge, observing the river color, floating debris, then fish behavior as early sign of the flood. The oral knowledge served as a cost-free, effectively early warning system, underscoring the stark contrast between the colonial economic bias and the community-centered resilience. In Banda Island, long price for the NACMED were repeatedly devastated by disaster. Tsunami in 1852 destroyed the plantation and port facility, where subsequent earthquake in 1899 and 1930 further disrupted the economic life. Colonial press and scientific report, such as the Whitman and the other document, such as Whitman document and geophysical dimension of economic loss in detail, but rarely address the suffering of local community. And West Sumatra West Sumatra is historically one of the world's most seismically active in region. Colonial document recorded more major event in 1797 that triggered a tsunami in Padang, and Act 33 earthquake that devastated coastlines until to Bengkulu, and 1961 quite destruct the Nias. This is in Sumatra in Nias, and also in Simalu, and Simalu tsunami illustrate that gap. In colonial record, it was treated merely geopolitical event, and Simalu people, it was transformative, giving birth to Smong. Okay, in the other hand, the colonial basis a disaster archive. From Padang to Banda in West Sumatra coast, the pattern of colonial bias become evident. First, economy orientation. Second, the technocratization of risk, and marginalization of local conflict. Okay, and we go to contemporary case in this case in the Simalu. Simalu Island is often treated as a global success story community based off disaster management, disaster mitigation. After the 1907 tsunami, Islander encode the survival interaction in human a folk song that one. When the strong earthquake is followed by the sudden sea withdrawal, run to the hill. On December 26, 2004, when the massive tsunami struck Aceh and West Sumatra, Simalu people obey this cultural memory. Struck this one, the 70 Aceh obey the cultural memory. The 78,000 residents, only seven prices. By the comparison, Banda Aceh lost the 160,000 lives. In this case, demonstration cultural transmission be more effective than modern technology. Simalu had no siren or advanced apps, yet its oral tradition functioned as organic early warning system. In this time of disaster subculture, Smong exemplify how cultural practice become the survival tool. But the other case in Serambu, the Serambu presents stark contrast. Colonial archive record the tsunami Nias during the 1843 and 1861 and 1901. Yet the over generation, this memory faded. When the 2004 tsunami struck resident called in the Molu, routine tidal flood. They have failed to connect earthquake with the sudden sea return. The result was devastating, 100 die, home collapse, and large-scale migration fall. And this is also some story in the Padang also. Okay, and cultural history. I still have 5. Okay, we go to the social history has a policies bias. We have some example. Okay, we go to the social history has policies. The president. Okay, the contrast between Simalu and Serambu exemplified the stake of remembering and forgetting. In Simalu, the tradition small preserve the collective memory, saved thousand in 2005. In Serambu, founding memory in 19th century tsunami left the community unprepared to amend the casualty in display. And policy must therefore priority memory present preservation through the education, community event, and cultural institution. And we have also integrating local knowledge with the modern system. An historical archive has vulnerability map, and heritage has the police in story. I have some recommendation for the mitigation, disaster mitigation from the from the historical social disaster. We have integrated history into spatial planning, promote the local knowledge in education, link conservation with the risk reduction, foster multi-level collaboration, and shift the orientation. The study of disaster history in Indonesia confirmed that disasters are never purely natural event. They become catastrophic when intersecting with social vulnerability. Colonial archive reveal this bias. This colonial reverse the break. I go to the closing reflection, yeah. Social disaster history is not an academic supplement, but a vital planning instrument. It provides map of risk, reservoir of resilience, and moral imperative for just government. Without history, Indonesia risks repeating vulnerabilities. With history, it can build a resilient, equitable, and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yeni Narni, who will share with us how history teach us a lot in disaster management and risk reduction. And in fact, in Indonesia, Dutch colonial has did it for Padang City by canneling the water to other area to reduce flood in the port. And there are many functions of learning from history to engage with disaster risk reduction. How we conserve our archive also. Thank you very much, Ibu, Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. We are now having Pak Prof Hakam for the last keynote speaker, and being the last one, you have only 15 minutes, sir. Then we'll go to ask question and answer.
Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do I have a slide? Okay, landslide, slide of landslide. Where is that? So, can you show it here? No? Okay. Thank you very much. I talk about the landslide safe zone around the slope. Huh? Next, please. Next. Next for you. Yeah. You operate that one. Huh? Nggak bisa sini jauh. This one. Before this one? Okay. Next, please. Okay. Usually people build a house around the slope, can be on the top of the slope or under the slope. Yeah, like this. Because it's in the top of slope is very beautiful. The scenery, the view is very good. And but how danger, how safe we have building around the slope. Okay, next, please. The slope has potential to be sliding. For example, we in engineering we call it slip surface. Yeah, slip surface, and that red dot line. And if the slope go down, then it will replace the underneath of the slope itself. We call it the distance between the slope and the last material of the landslide. We call it run out distance. But we have also the safe area on the top of the slope. We call it head scarp distance. Okay. Next, please. This is a study of the run out of the slope. It can be 10 meters until 100 meters, and sometimes it can be kilometers. Yeah. For example, from our last landslide in Merapi, the landslide material can go from Bukit Tinggi till the Padang city. It can be 90 kilometers around. Okay, next. This one. Okay. We have studied about the safe zone on the top of the slope. We call it the distance. This is the case is in Bukit Tinggi. Next, please. Yeah, Bukit Tinggi, we call it around Sianok Valley, Sianok Canyon. This is Bukit Tinggi. Have you been there? If you haven't been there, you haven't been in Sumatra Barat, in West Sumatra. Okay, next. Okay, this is technical, civil engineering technical value. But after this, we take the sample from the Sianok Canyon, the soil sample. It's made of volcano tuff. We have properties of the soil, and then we analyze the stability of the Sianok Canyon. And this is the result. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So, based on the stability analysis, we call it safety factor of safety, and we adopt public works factor of safety criteria. Then we have a safe distance between the edge, the crown of the slope, the canyon, and the failure plane, and we call it safe distance. Next, please. Yeah, this is the result. If, for example, we have 100 meters height of the slope, and then we have safety factor of safety 1.8 from the public works, then we have the safe distance is 70. Yeah, 70 meters. This is safe distance. We have height of 100, and then we have around 70 distance between the before the edge of the canyon. Yeah, the crown on the top of the canyon. Next, please. And next one is the run out. Next, please. Yeah, run out. We have around 166 data from landslide occurrence in Indonesia, and we have a good data about the height of the slope, and then the slope angles, and also the distance of the running material from the slope. And this is all the data. Next, please. Okay. But it's easier for engineer to understand the slope angle in tangent of the slope. Okay. This is tangent 1. If the slope is 45, the tangent is 1. So it is 0, 1. Okay, next, please. This is the result. This is for silt clay, silt soil. Yeah. For silt soil, how to interpret this one? Yeah. The the run out distance, this is almost compared to the height of the slope. It seems that the steeper slope tend to produce landslide relative shorter. Yeah. So steeper one, shorter this distance. But this is not all. And next please. This is almost the same for silty soil. Okay, next one. Next. This is for clay. This is for clay soil. For clay soil, it's look like the distance can be very long. If we have a clay slope and as landslide happen, it will run until what can say, it can be 10 times compared to the height of the slope itself. Yeah. Okay, next. This is for sand, almost the same. It shows that if the sand has clay material inside it, and then the landslide happen, it can run far away, depend on the if the sand itself has no clay. The reason is because clay can absorb water, and then if it's moved, it can move like the water. It can flow like water. Yeah, that's the reason why. Next, please. Yeah, this is conclusion. Okay, so this picture show that we can have infrastructure above the slope or under the slope, but it must have a certain distance to make it safe from landslide. That's the conclusion. Thank you very much, Ayon.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Akam. So I understand now how the engineering behind the building of Bakon Hotel in Bukit Tinggi. Yeah, so you are behind the scenario, I think. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, again, it's time for Q and answer, and I hope all of the presenters are here, online and offline, and including those keynote speaker, Prof. Sorry, I forgot him. Okay, Prof. Luis Comfort and also Dr. Robert Mikek. Are you still with us?
I am here. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much. And
Me also. Thank you.
okay, great. Thank you very much. And time now for Q&A. And for those of you in this room, please raise your hand and get close to the mic. And if you are online, please raise your hand, and we'll call you to raise your question. And please mention to whom you ask your question. Waiting for you. Please, in the room, you have a question, Bapak Ibu? Please raise your hand. Okay, one. Please go ahead, sir, to the mic. Yeah. Over there. You can go to the mic over there. Okay. Thank you very much. Please mention your name also. Yeah, we'll collect the question.
Hello. Oh.
Yeah.
Phil Cummins from Australian National University. I had two questions. One is to Professor.
Oops. Please, mic, please. Okay. Get close to the mic. Closer.
I'm pretty close.
Yeah.
One is about the model. Thank you. It was a fascinating talk. But I noted that the data used by the model.
Oh my God.
Freedom of information request. And I think that, often after major disasters, CCs are may be reluctant to give out that kind of information. And I wonder if you might have any comments on that, and for people who are in places where there is not such a strong framework for freedom of information. It might be difficult to get that. And then another question was for Prof. Narni. I wonder if you have, I would like to know what kind of pre-colonial information you might have been able to find in your studies. Have you ever considered pre-colonial information, and what information might exist? Are there any written records prior to the colonial era, for example? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You got it? Okay. Please,
Yeah.
you have question?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and I'm pleased to answer it. We're fortunate because in California there is a very strong emphasis on freedom of information, and we were able to get the incident reports that were submitted directly by the incident commanders, and they were totally unvarnished, unprocessed, and I was able to get them. There was one case that was difficult because you may have heard that the utility, Pacific Gas and Electric, which is the major electrical utility in the state, was deemed responsible for part of the fires. And when a case is under litigation, then the CAL FIRE, the agent, does not release the cases. But for the SCU fire that I looked at, there was no litigation, and I was able to get the reports. And I will say this is a critical step in being able to understand past disasters, and especially the interaction among the agencies, and to identify where the gaps in information flow exist, as well as to identify the gaps where it's very important, as in bringing in the local agencies more quickly into creating a knowledge base for the whole event. And that was a very important finding that now is being used by CAL FIRE, and they are now using the information technologies. They have a statewide set of cameras that can spot the ignitions more quickly, and the information is now, it's publicly paid for, it's public information. Ordinary citizens can request it, and we were able to get it at the university. So thank you. It's an important source of understanding risk.
Thank you, Prof. Wika Comfort. And then Bu Narni, we have two questions and about time and record, and what did you get from about the archive?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. This is about archive. Yeah. Okay, as the historian, we also do it everything with archive, yeah. And where we get the archive and all the sources from the colonial period. In my research, I got the archive in the National Library and also from the Dutch Library also, and also the some. Okay, this is time. And also in the Dutch government also have collected some resources about the report about the colonial report, and also the newspaper they collect and put in that website, and we can access the website, especially for the 70th century, 18th and 90th. Also, we can got all the document, the digital document about the disaster and every disaster in that. And not only about that, yeah, and not only about the archive, we also do it the some collective memory. We using in historical science, we using the collective memory by using the oral history. we light in Pasaman atau Pasaman ya Pak, yang Dakam yang kita pergi. Okay, in Pasaman Barat, West Pasaman, we go to the some area, we ask about the abu, daerah itu namanya gayung abu atau something like that. Then we call that this is before this is dust area. And where is the dust come from? This is come from the mountain, the eruption of the mountain, and the memory still live in the people, and we can collect the old memory and before lose for the another generation. And this is another step. Then another step to collect the some evidence, not only from the newspaper or the report of the colonial. This is the one. This is the some strategy of the historian to take the archive, take the evidence to know about what happened in the past. Because not like now, yeah. Now when we start the car, we know. This is we can see and the fact in our eyes. But in the past, we do not know. We have to collect some evidence, and based of the report and the newspaper or the dots and the other what the collective memory still in their mind. This is like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Narni, on the history. Yeah. Okay, please, come to the mic, Pak Richard. Okay, please.
Thank you, Professor Yona. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Comfort and Professor Narni for your wonderful presentation. I have a question for each of you. Charles Ham from University of Hawaii. Good to see you, Professor Comfort. We were together in Banda Aceh in November. And thank you for your presentation about systems thinking, and you're highlighting the as we know that not only hazard, but inequity and marginalization is
Please talk close to the mic and then
working. And maybe we can get another mic to replace this. But you know, in systems thinking, not only hazard play a risk to it, but I think the battery needs systemic change. Thank you. So in systems thinking, not only hazard, but we all know that it's the inequity and marginalization issues that we need to help in community. As somebody with wonderful experience, not only continental land like Padang, where we see huge land with a lot of issues, but also small islands like in nearby we have Mentawai Island. And what do you think in systems thinking, how do we manage not only hazard, but including the inequity and marginalized issues? Mentawai, for example, after 2009 earthquake in Padang, 2010 Mentawai had a tsunami. It was chaotic. There was a lot of systemic issues. Even the government, the Bupati, the local district leader, was arrested for other misuse of natural resources. So I'd like to hear from you. Secondly, for Professor Narni, you talk about indigenous wisdom from different places. I actually work in Nias Island, Sirombu. I was there 3 days after the tsunami in Sirombu. We worked there for many years. But just wondering, with the small island, how do you think indigenous wisdom can contribute to the planning for disaster risk reduction? I have my own experience in recording 250 years experience in indigenous wisdom into until currently in Ternate Island after 1775 eruption. So they're still practicing indigenous wisdom. But how do you think indigenous wisdom, for example, in Sirombo, Pasaman, and different places you mentioned, how can they contribute to current planning for mitigation and disaster management? Because we should learn from the past and not just excited by new scientific innovations, but how do we include indigenous wisdom into future planning? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Richard, for the questions. And I would like first to invite Prof. Comfort, to respond. Later on,
Yes. Well, thank you very much for your question and for raising the issue of inequality and inclusion. And this is a major issue in every disaster. One of the critical factors of disaster, however, is that it doesn't stop at any boundary, and it strikes all people, rich, poor, old, young, able, disabled alike. What we do know is getting the information to people who are in less informed places is really important. And this requires preparation ahead of time. It's the kind of community preparedness that my longtime colleague Harkunti Rahayu has done in Indonesia. And it makes a huge difference. One of the things, however, that is important is that virtually everyone now has a cell phone. And what we're trying to develop are communication and notification devices to give training and information quickly to people in these areas. And they need it more quickly than others because it may take them more time and they have less resources to use in mitigating the disaster. But this is a critical issue. The one thing that is changing in a positive way is greater access to information for low-income and marginalized people. And what we find in California, and we have lots of people in that category in California, is they are eager to learn how to protect themselves. And many of them have, especially in California, have come from countries in Central and Latin America that have experienced disasters before. So I like very much the notion of using and bringing indigenous knowledge and local knowledge into the community, because teaching people to protect themselves and how they can protect one another is a very important part of resilience and sustainable resilience. We need to be able to learn to live with hazards, and helping one another in the process is part of it, and making information available and accessible to people is a major step forward in building resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Louis Ki Comfort. And then Bu Narni, your time.
Thank you, Professor Risa. I asked about your name. Okay, I'm really happy when the people ask about the historical happen and the local wisdom also to join with the to mitigation, disaster mitigation. This really important, I say, because we always forget about what happened in the past and the local wisdom in the people. I think in Unand, in Andalas University, not only me doing like that, with also with Pak Khairil, one of expert also about the local wisdom and how to local wisdom get in touch with the to reduce the disaster. And I think we have, okay, so ini pendek. That's really important is integrated history into spatial planning. Sometimes we forget about what happened. We also know about, okay, this is destroyed, and the technocrat will come and do it again and build again and everything. But we do not know the historical of the area. We build the many infrastructure there, but we do not know what the apa ya guna ya. What the area before we use, what were the area before the use. This is like the in my place in Tabing. This is in the coastal area. In the colonial period, there is no building in there because this is the reservoir area. But now there's so many buildings. When the earthquake come, yes, everything destroyed, and after that we build again. But we forget this is not place to build. This is not the place. This is the area to the water area to. This is the area for the water water flow in there. But now because of the economic everything. And because there's so many people and we need space and we read there. And because of that, disaster not come from the natural. Disaster come from the people. How the people plan that area. And we always forget about what the area come before. And that's because of that, integrating history into spatial planning, that's really more important. And how about the local wisdom? Promote the local knowledge in education. And now we are pushed the government to put the local wisdom, especially about disaster, into as a part of mata kuliah mata pelajaran for the subject of the children study in the school. And we push the government to put the mitigation to put the local wisdom for mitigation in the subject subject area in their studies. This is that really. I think Japan do it that. This is a part of, but we still have link conversation and then multi-cooperation, multi-collaboration, and another way, I think. But this is two ways that's really important. Okay.
Thank you, Ibu Narni. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we have one question online from Pak Simon Petrus Simorangkir ya. This question is to Dr. Robert Mikek. Are you still there, Dr. Mikek? Robert Mikek.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One question for you is about basic regulation, provision, and rules in place in the EU for handling disaster in other countries. Yeah, for example, Indonesia. What is the provision and regulation, basic provision and regulation? Yeah, thank you very much. Please respond.
Thank you very much for the question. And the answer is very simple. EU has more than 30 different policies, and one of them are policies regarding to the disaster management and civil protection. So basically, in the primary regulation of the EU, it is the treaties, and the final one, it is Treaty of the Lisbon. Inside of the Treaty of the Lisbon, in articles 196 and Article 214, it is written that regarding to the domestic help in the civil protection, that EU member states countries will help to each other. And in other article is written that EU will assist, help, and give the knowledge, transfer the funds, and try to assist the countries globally. So basically, we have that in the primary regulation of the EU. After that, in the secondary level of legislation of the EU, it is directives, regulations, different rules, binding documents. We regulate on how and how we will do that. After that, we build the strategies, we build the risk assessment methodologies. So basically, everything is very solidly adopted. Everything is possible to access online on the web pages of the European Commission. So basically, we have very solid and very robust policy and regulation regarding to assistance inside of the Europe, but also to help the people and the nations outside of the Europe. So, thank you very much for your question.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mikek, for the response. And we still have time. One question to Prof. Hakam. What is the implication of this safe zone, yeah, around the slope area in terms of spatial planning? Did you mention about this, please?
Thank you very much, Prof. Yon. The application of this analysis is we can build infrastructure everywhere, but in a certain distance. How safe? How to determine the distance, the safe distance? Yeah, the safe zone. We have to we have to know the properties of the soil and that area, because if we just collect the data from Indonesia, it can be 100 kilometers. It's impossible. We say no to build from 400 kilometers because yeah, it is impossible, because people need area to build something like a road, building, and everything. That's the implication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hakam. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed about the policy, institutional governance, capacity building, local wisdom, community, and social economic aspect of our issues, yeah, and disaster management. And please, big applause to all the presenter. Thank you very much, and we close the session. Bila taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the plenary session 3. Thank you for our amazing keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the certificate award. The certificate will be given by Professor Apate Heni Lucida, PhD, as a director of Graduate School Andalas University. Please welcome to the stage. First, the certificate will be given to Professor Luis. The certificate will be awarded virtually. Which you can see on the screen. And next, the certificate will be given to Mr. Robert. The certificate will also be awarded virtually. Let's give
Thank you very much.
applause
It looks
to
very
Mr.
beautiful.
Robert.
Thank you. Terima kasih banyak.
And next, the certificate will be given to Professor Abdul Hakam, PhD. Let's give applause to Professor Abdul Hakam. And the next certificate will be given to Professor Yeni Narni, SSEMA, PhD. And last, the certificate will be given to Professor Insinyur Yonarita, MSc, PhD. Let's give applause to our moderator. Okay, before ending this plenary session 3, all keynote speakers and moderator are invited to take a photo first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause to all keynote speakers and moderators.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the plenary session 3. Thank you for our amazing keynote speakers. Thank you for participating in the morning session. Now we are heading to prayer and lunch break. After the lunch break, all delegates will be expelled back to the seat as we start the 4th plenary session at 1 p.m. as it is shown on the schedule. Invited guests, please enjoy the lunch that has been provided. You can go directly to the registration desk. Enjoy your lunch and see you again in the next session.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform all participants that we will be displaying a QR code on the screen. Please scan it and fill it out as an evaluation for the ICDMM 2025. Thank you for your cooperation.
Cek.
We were both young when I first saw you. I close my eyes and the flashback starts. I'm standing there on a balcony in summer air. See the lights, see the party, the ball gowns. See you make your way through the crowd and say hello. Little did I know that you were Romeo, you were throwing pebbles, and my daddy said stay away from Juliet, and I was crying on the staircase, begging you please don't go. And I said, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting, all there's left to do is run. You'll be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. So I sneak out
Cek,
to
cek.
the garden to see you. We keep quiet 'cause we're dead everything you, so close your eyes.
Coba kamu ambil center yang di belakang, kamera belakang.
Town for a little while.
Kamera belakang, kan ada di belakang.
Romeo, I was a scarlet letter, and my daddy said stay away from Juliet, but you were everything to me. I was begging you, please don't go. And I said, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting, all there's left to do is run. You'll be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love forcing laughter, faking smiles, same old tired, lonely place. Walls of insincerity, shifting eyes and vacancy, vanished when I saw your face. All I can say is it was enchanting to meet you. Your eyes whispered, have we met? Across the room, your silhouette starts to make its way to me. The playful conversation starts, counter all your quick remarks like passing notes in secrecy. And it was enchanting to meet you. All I can say is I was enchanted to meet you. Lingering question kept me up till 2 a.m. Who do you love? I wonder till I'm wide awake. And now I'm pacing back and forth, wishing you were at my door. I'd open up and you would say, hey, it was enchanting to meet you. All I know is I was enchanted to meet you.
untuk satu tujuan, membangun ketangguhan menghadapi bencana. ICDMM pertama kali digagas pada tahun 2021 oleh Universitas Andalas melalui Pusat Studi Bencana. Konferensi ini lahir sebagai respon atas kebutuhan akan forum lintas disiplin di tengah tantangan global dan pandemi COVID-19. Tahun 2023, ICDMM kedua digelar, skala yang lebih luas dengan partisipasi internasional yang semakin kuat, menegaskan posisinya sebagai ruang berbagi ilmu dan praktik terbaik. Tahun 2025, ICDMM memasuki edisi ketiga, sebuah langkah maju dengan semangat inovasi dan kolaborasi global. Setiap langkah konferensi ini berakar pada gagasan besar dan kerja kolektif, dipersatukan oleh visi yang sama untuk mewujudkan mitigasi bencana yang lebih baik di masa depan. Upaya ini dijalankan oleh para ahli di bidangnya, dengan dukungan institusi yang berpengalaman dan berdedikasi. Diselenggarakan oleh Pusat Studi Bencana, Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat, Fakultas Teknik, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Andalas, dan bekerja sama dengan Siap Siaga, Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Disaster Risk Management, serta Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. Dari tahun ke tahun, ICDMM tumbuh bukan hanya sebagai konferensi ilmiah, tetapi juga sebagai komitmen bersama. Komitmen untuk membangun dunia yang lebih aman, lebih tangguh, dan lebih berkelanjutan bagi generasi mendatang. United for Resilience, inspired for the future.
Selamat datang kepada Menteri Koordinator Bidang Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Kewilayahan Republik Indonesia, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. Oh. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu dan seluruh hadirin agar dapat menduduki tempat yang telah disediakan. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu dipersilakan untuk duduk. Berarti cuma Pak Rektor ya Pak? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of the Third International Conference on Disaster Mitigations and Management 2025. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Andalas, Dr. Eva Yunedi, the Honorable Governor of West Sumatra, Haji Mahyildi Ansarullah SPMIM, the Honorable, our esteemed keynote speaker, Coordinating Minister for Infrastructures and Regional Developments of Republics of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. And we would like to recognize the Vice Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Deputy Heads of National Land Agencies, Haji Osi Darmawan BSc MSc, and distinguished leaders, lecturers, participants, and students who attend our agenda today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Third International Conference on Disaster Mitigations and Management 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here for plenary session 4, a crucial part of our conference dedicated to exploring critical aspects of disaster management. And this sessions, plenary session 4, will run for 1 p.m. until 2:10 in the main room, and we have exciting lineup speakers and valuable discussions ahead. And without further ado, let's hear welcoming speech by the Rector of Universitas Andalas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eva Yunedi, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Bersyukur kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan salawat salam untuk Nabi besar Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yang sama-sama kita hormati dan banggakan Bapak Menko Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Kewilayahan, Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Yang saya hormati Bapak Wamen ATR BPN, Bapak Osi Darmawan. Yang kami hormati Bapak Gubernur Sumatera Barat, Buya Mahyeldi Ansarullah. Yang terhormat Bapak Wali Kota Padang, Bapak Fadli Amran. Yang kami hormati Deputi Kemenko Infrastruktur, Bapak Nazib Faisal. Yang kami hormati para rektor senior, hadir Profesor Musliar Kasim, Wamen senior juga. Yang kami hormati Profesor Weridarta Taifur, rektor periode sebelumnya. Staf khusus Kemenko Infrastruktur Bapak August Jovan Latukonsina. Staf khusus Kemenko Infrastruktur Bapak Sigit Raditya. Staf khusus Kementerian ATR BPN Ibu Rezga Oktoberia. Yang kita banggakan Wakil Masyarakat Sumber, Anggota DPR RI, Bapak Mulyadi. Komisi 5 ya Pak ya? Oh sekarang Komisi 12, Komisi Energi. Pak Zigo Rolanda juga komit untuk hadir, mungkin OTW, anggota Komisi 5 DPR RI. Perlu kami sampaikan, Pak AHY hadir jajaran pimpinan Universitas Andalas, mulai dari Wakil Rektor, Sekretaris Universitas, para dekan, 15 fakultas, Direktur Sekolah Pasca Sarjana, Direktur Rumah Sakit Pendidikan Universitas Andalas, sampai ke dosen. Dan yang paling kita banggakan dan cintai, seluruh mahasiswa-mahasiswi Universitas Andalas. Pak Menko boleh duduk sampai depan ya mahasiswa, itu masih banyak yang duduk di bawah Pak, di lantai. Karena pingin, ayo ke depan, boleh, daripada di belakang, ya boleh, duduk lagi ke depan. Nah, iya. Ini calon pemimpin-pemimpin kita masa depan, mahasiswa Universitas Andalas. Mahasiswa selalu saya minta hadir ketika ada tokoh nasional hadir, karena ini bagian dari leadership training untuk menyiapkan pikiran-pikiran dan gagasan mereka nanti. Hadir juga Bapak David Goodwins dari Siap Siaga, Ibu Maria Josephine Wijastuti dari Siap Siaga, Bapak Said Faisal dari Siap Siaga. Jadi kita kerjasama dengan Dubes Australia untuk merunning kegiatan dan kesiapsiagaan tentang bencana ini. Pak Dodi Ruswandi juga dan Profesor Phil Cummins ya, dari Australia. Bapak Ibu para hadirin, ada Prof ya. Prof Phil, thank you very much for your coming. Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan yang mohon maaf tidak dapat kami sebutkan satu persatu. Sedikit slide, Pak Menko tak kenal maka tak ta'aruf tentang Universitas Andalas. Pak Menko, selamat datang di Universitas Andalas, kampus hijau, 500 hektar, 250 MDPL, dan siap siaga untuk terima jika terjadi bencana. Next. Pak AHY, long story, cerita cinta antara jadi Ibu Imelda kok di depan tidak kelihatan dari tadi. Padahal beliau yang membuat yang berperan ini. Jadi di love story ini Pak AHY dengan Pak SBY. Unand pada zaman kepemimpinan Profesor Musliar Kasim mendapatkan kehormatan melalui proses yang sangat prudent. Waktu itu secara akademik menganugerahkan Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono tanggal 21 September 2006 sebagai Doktor Honoris Causa bidang pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan. Ini acara pengukuhan beliau pada waktu itu. Dan kunjungan Pak SBY ke Unand tidak berhenti setelah beliau mendapatkan Doktoris Honoris Causa. Ini bukti kecintaan masyarakat Unand dengan Pak SBY dan Ibu pada waktu beliau mengunjungi Unand dalam sebuah conference, dalam sebuah conference tentang green development. Beliau sebagai pembicara kunci utama. Dan pada waktu itu di 2015 International Conference on Development in Tropical Regions. Beliau memberikan address di hadapan ribuan peserta bagaimana kelanjutan pembangunan hijau di daerah-daerah tropis. Jadi Pak AHY dengan Pak SBY luar biasa dan semoga silaturahmi ini berlanjut dengan kepemimpinan Bapak di pemerintah hari ini. Sedikit tentang Unand, kita didirikan 1956, jadi IST 1956 di The Eldest University outside Java, dan motonya adalah untuk kejayaan bangsa. Mahasiswa datang ke sini untuk kejayaan bangsa. Para tokoh hadir di sini untuk kejayaan bangsa. Pak Gubernur hadir, Pak Wali hadir untuk kejayaan bangsa. Dan alhamdulillah Unand dalam 10 hari ini telah dihadiri oleh Pak Menteri Pertanian, Pak Menteri Dikti Saintek, dan hari ini oleh Bapak Menko. Terima kasih Pak Menko atas waktu berharganya di Unand. Next, saat ini Unand top 6 di Indonesia dan top 250 di dunia. Untuk riset-riset interdisiplin, ini berdasarkan Times Higher Education yang berbasis di London. Universitas Airlangga nomor 1 di Indonesia, tempat Pak AHY ngambil doktor. Untuk Times Higher Impact Ranking itu SDGs 17 itu Universitas Airlangga nomor 1. Kami belajar ke Airlangga. Student body kita hari ini 36.211 orang. Mayoritas dari Indonesia. Hanya lebih kurang 1% dari luar negeri, Pak Menteri. Dan dari 36.000 tersebut 86% itu sarjana dan D3 di 15 fakultas, 1 sekolah pasca sarjana. Jadi kita berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan akses bagi anak-anak Indonesia dan juga relevansi, terus kemudian mutu agar bermanfaat untuk bangsa. Saat ini 153 program studi dan hampir 60% sudah unggul. 27 program studinya sudah terakreditasi internasional. Target kita tahun ini 40 program studi sudah mendapatkan rekognisi dari lembaga internasional. Lanjut, guru besar kita hari ini 216 orang dari 1.500 dosen. Dan tentu ini adalah ujung tombak kemajuan pendidikan tinggi, dan kita komit untuk mendukung pembangunan sumber daya manusia. Selanjutnya, next. Ya. Ini jumlah prodi yang sudah internasional, baik dari Amerika, dari Jerman, dari Jepang, ya, dari Asian University Network as well. Lanjut. Untuk riset Pak Menko, kami komit naikkan terus nilainya. Tahun ini setiap tahun rata-rata ada 1.100 program riset. 1.100 program riset, judul penelitian. Dan lanjut yang sudah dihilirisasi, tadi kami sampaikan pas makan siang, ini tinta merah putih. Jadi waktu pemilihan presiden kemarin, pemilihan legislatif, itu kita produksi 1 juta botol tinta. 60% TPS di Indonesia, termasuk luar negeri. Ini karya para peneliti Universitas Andalas. Kita serius di Gambir, Pak Menko. Kami sudah kumpulkan para pemimpin untuk bikin roadmap riset yang utuh untuk Gambir. Di samping itu, untuk menunjang astacita, kemandirian kesehatan, next kita sudah hasilkan 35 produk reagen untuk tes cepat. Ini untuk tes cepat TBC, HPV, ya. Ini sudah ada izin edar dari Kemenkes, sudah ada di e-katalog. Tinggal jualannya yang belum berhasil kami, Pak Menteri. Yang pesannya belum banyak. Tapi at least kami mencoba menghilirkan riset jadi produk sehingga bermanfaat untuk masyarakat. Dan terakhir, Pak Menteri, karena Unand telah ditunjuk oleh BNPB berdasarkan permintaan Gubernur Sumatera Barat menjadi tempat evakuasi akhir bencana. In case megatrust Mentawai terjadi, kita tidak inginkan itu terjadi. Tapi jika itu terjadi, tentu kita harus siap siaga. Lebih siap sehingga casualties bisa lebih ditekan. Maka Unand komit menyediakan rumah sakit dan area universitas yang 500 hektar ini untuk tempat evakuasi akhir bencana. Dan Pak Kepala BNPB sudah meninjau rumah sakitnya, kemudian Ibu Wamen PU juga sudah meninjau. Semoga ini bentuk universitas berkontribusi bagi pembangunan dan siap siaga bencana. Hari ini, 16 tahun yang lalu, Padang digoncang gempa besar. Lebih 2.000 orang meninggal dunia, dan hari ini kita peringati. Dan dengan begitu kita harapkan bisa lebih siap dan siaga dengan bencana. Dan untuk mendukung kesiapsiagaan tersebut, Pak Menko, kami melalui mimbar terhormat ini nanti menitipkan surat ke Pak Menko. Ada 3 ruas jalan yang ingin kita siapkan supaya akses ke rumah sakit lebih mudah dan di sekitar kampus lebih mudah, sehingga ini mendukung ya rencana siap siaga bencana. Izin Pak Menko nanti kami sampaikan proposalnya. Semoga dengan kemurahan hati Pak Menko ini bisa itu. Saya kira demikian saja. Sekali lagi terima kasih Pak Menko dan seluruh jajaran, Pak Wamen atas kehadiran di Universitas Andalas. Mohon maaf jika terdapat segala kekurangan dan kekhilafan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to our Rector of Universitas Andalas, Eva Yunedi, PhD. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our keynote sessions with our special speakers for Ministry Coordinators for Infrastructures and Regional Developments of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. And allow me to introduce our speakers for today. Dr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, widely known as Menko AHY, is the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructures and Regional Development in President Prabowo Subianto's Red and White Cabinet. He previously served as Ministers of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning Head and Head of the National Land Agencies in the Indonesia Onward Cabinet. Menko AHY graduated top of his class from SMA Taruna Nusantara in 1997, from the Indonesia Military Academy in 2000, receiving the Bintang Adi Makayasa, the highest award for overall achievement. He served in the Indonesia Army for 16 years, carrying out a broad range of assignments both at home and overseas, including a United Nations peacekeeping missions in Lebanon. He was later appointed as a commander of the 2003rd Mechanism Infantry Battalions, part of the Capital Securities Command on of the Army's elite frontline units. In 2016, Menko AHY transitions from the military to politics, running as the youngest candidate in the Jakarta gubernatorial elections. A year later, he founded the Yudhoyono Institute, a think tank built of the three pillars: liberty, prosperity, and security. He also established the AHY Foundations, which works in education, health, environment, and disaster relief. His contributions in defense and security, politics and democracy, and also public policy have earned him numerous national and international honors. Menko AHY holds 3 master's degrees. First one, Master of Science in Strategic Studies in S. Rajatnam Schools of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore in 2006. Master in Public Administration, Harvard Kennedy Schools, Harvard University, United States in 2010, and Masters of Arts in Management and Leadership, George Herbert Walker Schools of Business and Technology, Webster University, United States in 2015. And he also advanced professional military education in the United States, graduating first in his class at the U.S. Army Maneuver Centers of Excellence, Fort Benning, and later attending the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth. As a part of his commitment to building Indonesia human capitals, Menko AHY earned doctoral in human resource from Airlangga University in 2040. In dissertation, Transformational Leaderships and Human Resource Orchestrations Toward Indonesia Emas 2045, reflects his visions for the nation's progress. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Developments of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessings be upon us all. I am extremely happy to be able to attend this very important forum, the third International Conference on Disaster Mitigation and Management, hosted by Universitas Andalas in this beautiful city of Padang, West Sumatra. Alhamdulillah, berbahagia saya bisa kembali berkunjung ke tanah yang dimuliakan dan tentunya dalam suasana yang penuh dengan energi positif. Terima kasih. Pertama tentu saya mengucapkan apresiasi saya kepada Rektor Universitas Andalas. Berikan tepuk tangan pada Bapak Dr. Eva Yonedi. Terima kasih telah menjelaskan apa yang sedang diperjuangkan sekaligus dicita-citakan oleh Unand hari ini dan ke depan. Saya juga tentu mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan kepada Gubernur Sumatera Barat, sedang sholat ya. Berikan tepuk tangan juga kepada Bapak Mahyeldi. Tadi satu mobil dengan saya sudah bercerita tentang berbagai hal. Tentunya kita ingin masyarakat Sumatera Barat semakin maju dan sejahtera. Termasuk kita bisa terus mengawal penguatan sumber daya manusia melalui sektor pendidikan dan kesehatan. Di sini juga hadir tentunya segenap sivitas akademika Universitas Andalas, para warek, para dekan, sekretaris, dan semua yang telah menginisiasi ICDMM ini. Dan tentunya saya berbahagia bisa menyapa para mahasiswa-mahasiswi Universitas Andalas yang berbahagia. Apa kabar semuanya? Sehat semuanya? Pak Gubernur, terima kasih, tepuk tangan untuk Pak Gubernur kita. Wali Kota Padang, Bapak Fadli Amran, terima kasih. Di sini juga hadir tokoh-tokoh yang telah memperjuangkan masyarakat Sumatera Barat selama ini. Yang pertama, sahabat seperjuangan saya, anggota DPR RI, Bapak Mulyadi. Ibu Imelda Sari, komisaris di Angkasa Pura sekarang. Kemudian saya juga ingin menyapa ada sejumlah tokoh senior yang juga mantan rektor Universitas Andalas, yang juga mantan wamen pendidikan dan kebudayaan di masa Kabinet Indonesia Bersatu, Profesor Dr. Musliar Kasim. Dan yang lain, mohon maaf tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu. Saya tadi terbang dari Jakarta bersama Wakil Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Wakil Badan Pertanahan Nasional, Bapak Osi Dermawan. Jadi setelah ini kami akan meninjau sejumlah lokasi pembangunan infrastruktur, sekaligus juga ada pembagian sertifikat untuk masyarakat, juga sertifikat wakaf. Saya tentunya ingin terus hadir di tengah-tengah masyarakat Sumatera Barat dalam kapasitas saya saat ini sebagai Menteri Koordinator Bidang Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Kewilayahan. Di sini ada Ibu Reska Oktoberia yang juga staf khusus Menteri ATR BPN, para staf khusus Menteri Koordinator termasuk Deputi Pak Nazib Faisal, Pak Agus Jovan, dan Pak Sigit, terima kasih. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya boleh nggak sambil jalan saja supaya lebih dekat ya? Boleh ya? Ini nggak apa-apa duduk di bawah ini. Nggak apa-apa. Ini sudah makan siang belum? Waduh, yang tanggung jawab Pak Rektor ini kalau begini nih. Yang jelas saya sudah tidak penasaran karena tadi di pesawat membayangkan makan rendang. Tadi sudah disuguhkan rendang sekaligus ayam pagi sore. Saya sekali lagi senang hari ini bisa berbicara di depan para audiens, para peserta ICDMM, termasuk ada sejumlah panelis yang hadir juga di sini. Saya ingin kita sama-sama membayangkan Indonesia hari ini dan ke depan. Banyak tantangan sekaligus peluang yang bisa kita wujudkan bersama. Tentunya hari ini spesial, kita bicara tentang sebuah takdir yang harus kita jalani bersama sebagai warga negara Indonesia. Ada beberapa yang tidak bisa kita pilih, kita tidak bisa memilih dilahirkan oleh siapa dan dilahirkan di mana. Indonesia dikaruniai dengan berbagai banyak sekali kemuliaan dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala, tapi juga kita berada di rings of fire. Artinya ada kerentanan, ada hal-hal serius yang harus kita antisipasi bersama. Oleh karena itu, building resilient and sustainable Indonesia harus menjadi spirit dalam pembangunan bangsa ke depan. Mengapa ada kata resilient? Kita harus semakin punya daya tahan terhadap bencana termasuk diantaranya. Sustainable, artinya pembangunan infrastruktur juga harus berkelanjutan, harus bisa merespons terhadap berbagai dampak perubahan iklim sekaligus pemanasan global. ICDMM ini sebuah inisiatif yang harus kita kawal dari waktu ke waktu karena bukan hanya masih relevan, tetapi jika kita hadapkan pada mega thrust yang mungkin terjadi di kawasan kita, mudah-mudahan tidak pernah terjadi, tetapi kita harus siap, harus punya langkah-langkah mitigasi. Ini kita mengingat tahun 2009. Tadi Pak Rektor sudah mengingatkan kita semua, this is a reminder bahwa Indonesia termasuk Sumatera Barat, termasuk Kota Padang ini juga harus selalu siap. Korban, baik meninggal maupun luka-luka, kerusakan rumah, bangunan, infrastruktur, dan tentunya ini semua membutuhkan kesiapsiagaan, termasuk respons yang cepat dan tepat. 7,6 skala Richter, luar biasa. Dan ini sekali lagi takdir kita. Tapi kita tidak boleh menyerah dengan keadaan. Sepakat semuanya? Saya sendiri selalu mengenang kebersamaan saya dengan masyarakat Sumatera Barat. Ini terakhir tahun 2022, saya punya komunitas Overlanding Indonesia bersama AHI Foundation, mencoba untuk juga memberikan perhatian dan sedikit bantuan untuk masyarakat di Pasaman dan Pasaman Barat pasca terjadi bencana beberapa saat yang lalu. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa terus memiliki kepedulian seberapapun itu, tetapi sangat berarti untuk masyarakat. Sumatera Barat indah sekali, saya ingin kembali menjelajah alam Sumatera Barat, mudah-mudahan ada kesempatan, walaupun sekarang lebih sibuk sedikit, karena tentunya harus berkeliling ke berbagai wilayah Indonesia untuk pembangunan infrastruktur yang berkelanjutan. 3 agenda yang ingin saya sampaikan hari ini. Yang pertama adalah mari kita ingat kembali dan memahami apa saja menjadi megatrend global. Yang kedua, Indonesia sendiri memiliki tantangan alam dan juga apa yang harus kita lakukan untuk memitigasi sekaligus mengelola pasca bencana. Dan yang terakhir, kembali saya ingin mengangkat isu resiliency dan juga sustainability dalam konteks infrastruktur di Indonesia. Yang pertama, global megatrends. Dunia terus tumbuh. Populasi akan menuju 10 miliar di tahun 2050. Indonesia sendiri berkontribusi signifikan, 280 juta, nomor 4 di dunia. Permasalahan utamanya adalah jika populasi ini terus bertambah, sedangkan sumber daya alam, daya dukung bumi semakin menipis, maka akan hadir kelangkaan. Scarcity bukanlah teori baru, kelangkaan selalu ada dari waktu ke waktu. Tetapi sekali lagi urgensi kita hari ini meyakinkan agar tidak kekurangan sumber pangan, energi, dan air bersih. Itu mengapa Presiden Prabowo Subianto sekarang menempatkan 3 agenda utama ini sebagai prioritas. Kita harus mencapai swasembada, paling tidak ketahanan pangan, energi, dan air bersih. Nah, kita juga tahu bahwa ada tren global di mana sejumlah negara mengalami penuaan, aging population. Tapi sejumlah negara termasuk Indonesia justru mengalami bonus demografi. Usia penduduknya muda dan produktif. Di sini banyak generasi Z. Mana yang angkat tangan generasi Z? Yang seolah-olah generasi Z menolak tua. Ada caranya supaya melambatkan penuaan. Ikhtiar saja itu. Banyak berdoa. Tapi artinya kita harus memanfaatkan sebuah peluang emas yang tidak dimiliki oleh bangsa-bangsa lain di dunia. Jepang, negara-negara Eropa Barat termasuk sejumlah negara yang ada di Timur Tengah mengalami penurunan. Nah, kita jumlah populasinya besar, muda, produktif. Pertanyaannya, bisa tidak menjadi aset produktivitas yang utama? Karena sumber daya alam tidak cukup jika tidak diawaki, tidak diolah, dan tidak dimanage oleh sumber daya manusia yang capable dan memiliki integritas. Yang kedua, ada urbanisasi yang terus mengalir. 70% masyarakat dunia termasuk Indonesia akan tinggal, hidup, dan bekerja di kota. Ini ada teman-teman PU. Hari-hari kita bicara urban planning, spatial planning bersama Menteri ATR. Mengapa? Karena kita tahu lahannya terbatas, kepentingannya banyak. Harus membuat perumahan, harus membuat kawasan industri, harus menjaga sawah kita. Jangan sampai sawah kita habis sehingga kita tidak bisa mencapai swasembada pangan tadi. Jadi membutuhkan policy dan juga strategi. Yang berikutnya lagi ada tekanan migrasi. Yang ini juga sering menimbulkan masalah-masalah ekonomi, politik, dan sosial. Jadi ada perubahan demografi. Nah, sekarang yang kita bahas yang paling serius juga adalah krisis iklim. Apakah krisis iklim ini real atau hoax? Fake news atau sesuatu yang benar-benar terjadi? Teman-teman merasakan tidak hari-hari ini, akhir-akhir ini kita juga terus menghadapi cuaca ekstrim, perubahan iklim yang sulit untuk diprediksi. Dan ini telah mengakibatkan banyak dampak buruk untuk masyarakat, kehidupan kita sehari-hari, pertanian, termasuk juga menimbulkan korban. Nah, apa saja dampaknya? Hari ini kita menghadapi ancaman extreme heat, panas, membuat gagal panen, membuat kekeringan. Belum lagi bicara polusi udara akibat industrialisasi dan juga sektor transportasi, darat terutama, jutaan kendaraan lalu lalang setiap hari mengakibatkan polusi, dan tentunya ada dampak dari bencana alam dan mengakibatkan korban jiwa. Ini semua akan menjadi realitas. Ini adalah mega trend yang tidak baru akan terjadi tapi sudah terjadi. Nah, kita lanjutkan bahwa sustainability kemudian menjadi isu dunia. Di mana-mana kita membahas net zero emission 2060. Sesuai dengan Sustainable Development Goals, kita ingin mengurangi carbon emission. Nah, saya tidak mengada-ngada. Saya diundang ke Tiongkok, diundang ke Stanford, Amerika, termasuk ke Forum BRICS. Semua membahas ini. Jadi kalau Universitas Andalas hari ini membahas tentang ini juga, artinya kita sudah dalam satu frekuensi yang sama dengan negara-negara di dunia lainnya. This is happening. Semua membicarakan sustainability, membicarakan climate risk, dan segala policy yang harus kita hadirkan bersama. Bapak Ibu sekalian, teman-teman, Indonesia sendiri memiliki tantangan yang tidak ringan. Paling tidak ada 3 hal yang perlu kita cermati. Yang pertama adalah bahaya bencana. Apakah itu gempa bumi, kemudian juga ada gunung meletus, banjir, bahkan tsunami. Mudah-mudahan kita semua diselamatkan. Dan kita juga punya langkah-langkah yang lebih proaktif dan mitigatif lagi. Kemudian ini, kita melihat peta dari bencana di Indonesia. Bisa dilihat, dan ini terus dikelola. Sehingga kita bisa memprediksi sekaligus melakukan sosialisasi dan edukasi. Untuk masyarakat kita, tadi Pak Wali Kota Padang menyampaikan nanti November akan ada simulasi drills terhadap bencana di pesisir pantai. Ini juga sesuatu yang sangat baik karena tidak ada yang lebih penting selain membangun pemahaman dan juga pengetahuan yang diperlukan oleh masyarakat kita. Nah, lalu yang kedua adalah krisis iklim itu sendiri. Ada beberapa yang menjadi highlight. Tadi saya sudah sampaikan heat wave, kemudian juga badai, lalu ada perubahan masa hujan. Ini juga sulit untuk diprediksi dan seringkali berpengaruh pada produktivitas pertanian kita. Nah, yang terakhir adalah sea level rise. Ini konsekuensi dari pemanasan global. Jadi permukaan air lautnya tambah tinggi, sedangkan di satu sisi terjadi penurunan permukaan tanah. Nah, sedangkan di sisi infrastruktur dan juga tadi saya sampaikan ada pengaruh urbanisasi yang luar biasa derasnya, ini juga masih dihadapkan pada daya dukung kota-kota. Banyak rumah-rumah yang juga tidak punya daya tahan terhadap bencana, terhadap gempa bumi, apalagi tsunami. Kemudian terjadi erosi di pantai-pantai kita, terjadi abrasi di bibir-bibir pantai kita. Dan ini contohnya, ada yang sudah pernah ke sini? Ini laut, ini daratan. Ini di Jakarta. Setiap tahun terjadi penurunan permukaan tanah itu bisa sampai dengan 10, 15, bahkan 20 cm setiap tahun. Jadi bayangkan, kalau tidak ada intervensi lainnya, tidak ada pembangunan tanggul, baik tanggul pantai maupun tanggul laut di depan, maka lama-kelamaan ya memang akan tenggelam. Dan ini banyak sekali yang akan terdampak. Bukan hanya di Jakarta, bisa dilihat di peta ini dari Banten, Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, sampai Surabaya. Selain Bekasi yang paling parah itu Semarang dan Demak. Terjadi penurunan permukaan tanah. Mengapa? Karena puluhan juta masyarakat mengambil air langsung dari tanah. Inilah yang menyebabkan terjadi stres dan terjadi penurunan permukaan tanah. Harus kita ambil langkah yang strategis dengan membangun giant seawall. Baik di bibir pantai sekali lagi maupun di laut dan dikombinasikan dengan pendekatan yang lebih bersifat natural, nature-based solutions, termasuk menggunakan mangrove dan hal-hal lain yang lebih alami. Jadi gray and green approach, jadi satu. Nah, saya ingin masuk sekarang sesuai dengan tema ICDMM hari ini, bagaimana memitigasi dan melakukan tata kelola terhadap resiko-resiko bencana alam. Indonesia sendiri tentunya memiliki langkah-langkah yang sudah dilakukan, tetapi perlu terus penguatan. Contohnya adalah dengan melakukan mapping, melakukan assessment dari waktu ke waktu. Ini dilakukan oleh BNPB misalnya, ada yang namanya Disaster Risk Index. Ini terus dikelola. Bagian-bagian mana saja yang memiliki kerentanan paling besar, merah tinggi, sedang, hijau baru rendah. Sumatera Barat ada di mana? Di sini ya, kira-kira ya. Sedang berarti. Aceh merah berarti tinggi. Tapi jangan salah bahwa mau berat, mau sedang, tetap ada korban. Jadi tidak bisa kita hadapkan ini pada statistik. Satu korban terlalu banyak. Kita harus menjaga keselamatan masyarakat kita. Kalau bukan kita, siapa lagi? Dan kita harus bergandengan tangan untuk itu. Nah, saya mengucapkan terima kasih juga tentunya kepada teman-teman dari dunia internasional. Australia misalnya dengan inisiatif Siap Siaga. Saya 3 malam yang lalu baru dinner berdua aja dengan Duta Besar Australia, Pak Roderick Brazier. Datang kemarin ya? Bahasa Indonesia bagus kan? Ya. Kita berdiskusi dan di makan malam itu bertanya, saya mau ke Padang atau tidak? Saya bilang ya, tapi mungkin berbeda waktunya, tetapi saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Australia dan teman-teman internasional lainnya yang juga menghadirkan kolaborasi yang baik dengan pemerintah Indonesia, termasuk di tingkat provinsi dan kabupaten kota. Ini penting. Tetapi mari kita mulai sebelum bicara international collaborations, bicara dari kita untuk kita. Pertama adalah komunitas. Pendidikan termasuk membangun awareness ini adalah tugas kita bersama. Community education. Yang kedua tadi Pak Wali Kota, jadi nyambung kan? Simulation drills. Katanya akan dilakukan the biggest ever yang pernah dilakukan, mudah-mudahan ini bermanfaat. Dan yang terakhir adalah kita harus punya, Pak Gubernur, cadangan logistik di tempat-tempat terutama yang paling rentan. Mentawai misalnya, harus memiliki stockpile logistics yang diamankan dan dipelihara setiap saat. Why? Karena setiap saat itu bisa terjadi dan kita harus siap dari sekarang. Unand terima kasih, katanya sekian ratus hektar siap untuk menjadi tempat evakuasi akhir jika diperlukan. Dan ini memang harus dipersiapkan setiap saat. Yang ketiga adalah mari kita membangun koordinasi, kolaborasi, dan sinergi yang saya sampaikan tadi. Pusat maupun daerah, BNPB, BNPD. Saya ulangi, BNPB, BPBD. Kemudian juga kita melibatkan para pemangku kepentingan lainnya. Banyak NGO yang bergerak di bidang ini dan tentunya bantuan kemanusiaan internasional. Ingat waktu tsunami terjadi di Aceh tahun 2004, itu kemudian membuka sebuah momentum yang dikatakan sebagai the biggest operation, the biggest military operation other than war, the biggest humanitarian assistance. Dilakukan oleh sejumlah negara di sekitar kita maupun dari negara-negara yang jauh dari Indonesia. Demi kemanusiaan membantu Indonesia. Indonesia juga seperti itu. Kita tahu kita rentan, maka kita juga harus punya keikhlasan untuk membantu saudara-saudara kita, bukan hanya Indonesia, tapi negara-negara lain juga membutuhkan bantuan kemanusiaan. Ini telah kita lakukan. Dan mudah-mudahan Unand juga termasuk yang terdepan, selain terus mengawal riset di bidang bencana alam, termasuk earthquake dan juga tsunami. Teman-teman sekalian, yang keempat, recovery. Yang paling penting setelah itu tentu merecovery atau rehabilitasi pasca bencana. Apa yang harus kita lakukan? Tentu kita harus mengedepankan sustainable reconstruction, build back better. Ini seringkali menjadi peluang ketika hancur infrastruktur, mungkin itu saatnya kita membangun kembali tapi dengan teknologi dan pendekatan yang lebih cerdas dan lebih ramah lingkungan. Nah, tentunya pengolahan sampah, membangun jembatan, jalan, itu juga terus dilakukan termasuk sanitasi, air bersih dan merehabilitasi. Ini sebagai contoh saja bahwa semua infrastruktur pasti akan berdampak pada masyarakat. Nah, kalau kita peduli, maka infrastruktur yang kita bangun itu harus memiliki dampak terhadap ketahanan kita menghadapi bencana. Nah, yang ketiga, yang terakhir, agenda yang terakhir adalah membangun infrastruktur yang lebih berkelanjutan. Saya ingin melaporkan kepada teman-teman sekalian, kami di Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Kewilayahan sehari-hari mengorkestrasi 5 kementerian teknis. Yang pertama adalah Kementerian Agraria dan Tata Ruang, Badan Pertanahan Nasional, hadir wamennya di sini. Ini berurusan dengan mengelola lahan yang tersedia, menjadikan tata ruang wilayah sebagai panglima dalam pembangunan. Tidak boleh ada tata ruang yang abaikan, akhirnya bisa mengakibatkan bencana. Saya rasa pernah terjadi ya di Sumbar ya, yang di daerah aliran sungai, itu di Lembah Ranai, kena hantam itu ya. Seharusnya tidak boleh ada bangunan di situ. Mengakibatkan tersumbatnya daerah-daerah resapan air. Normalisasi sungai juga harus dilakukan. Seringkali bencana alam itu apa yang terjadi di hulu, yang kena dampaknya di hilir. Jadi disaster risk mitigation juga urusan hulu ke hilir, pusat dan daerah. Tidak boleh ada yang ego sektoral. Atas nama ekonomi, atas nama pertumbuhan, termasuk pariwisata, kemudian mengabaikan tata ruang, akibatnya justru bencana yang akan datang. Bali terakhir-akhir ini saya baru kedatangan Gubernur Bali juga menceritakan hal yang sama. Bencana akibat penyalahgunaan tata ruang wilayah. Dan ini harus kita cegah bersama-sama. Yang kedua, Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum. Di sini banyak yang datang, bicara bikin jalan, jembatan, bendungan, irigasi, rumah sakit, sekolah, PU. Kemudian perumahan, Kementerian Perumahan dan Kawasan Permukiman. Kita kekurangan rumah, 9,9 juta keluarga kita belum punya rumah. 26 juta keluarga kita rumahnya tidak layak huni. Makanya kita ingin mengawal program pembangunan dan renovasi rumah di seluruh wilayah, di kota, di desa, dan di daerah pesisir. Yang keempat, Kementerian Transportasi. Bicara transportasi multimoda, darat, laut, udara, termasuk kereta api. Biaya logistik harus semakin murah. Pak Mulyadi, kita sering bicara bahwa bagaimana pembangunan ini bisa lebih dirasakan, tentu melalui penguatan konektivitas. Infrastruktur sangat dinantikan. Masyarakat juga selalu berharap transportasi antar wilayah semakin murah, semakin terjangkau untuk manusia, barang maupun jasa. Dan yang terakhir adalah Kementerian Transmigrasi. Kita ingin revitalisasi kawasan-kawasan transmigrasi yang seharusnya menjadi potensi atau bisa menjadi potensi ekonomi baru di sejumlah wilayah. Nah, ini semua selalu dihadapkan pada dilema yang saya katakan sebagai trilema. Bukan hanya dua, tapi trilema. Mengapa? Seringkali kita dihadapkan pada keinginan untuk cepat membangun, waktu nomor satu, tapi juga ingin murah. Mau cepat tapi mau murah. Ini yang seringkali menjadi dilematis. Tapi yang berikutnya adalah mau cepat, mau murah, sekaligus menjaga lingkungan. Artinya kualitasnya harus bagus. Ini yang seringkali bertabrakan. Saya boleh tanya ya, mungkin ada yang bisa menjawab dari mahasiswa atau mahasiswi. Jika Anda adalah seorang wali kota, nah bukan Pak wali kota sini. Jika Anda seorang wali kota yang tidak punya batasan anggaran, if you were a mayor with no limitation in budget, what would you do? Mau membangun apa? Sebutkan what kind of infrastructures. Sebutkan dua jenis infrastruktur yang mau dibangun dan jelaskan mengapa. Nggak apa-apa, nggak usah nggak enak sama Pak Wali Kota. Ini cuma pertanyaan, jika menjadi Wali Kota Jakarta misalnya, Jakarta Selatan gitu, atau mana, tidak harus di Padang. Bayangkan apa yang ingin dibangun, sebutkan dua jenis infrastruktur, bisa perumahan, bisa ini, bisa itu, segala macam, sebutkan mengapa. Boleh? Tadi yang antara merah atau hitam duluan? Yang mana dulu tadi? Yang berdiri, ya yang hitam dulu dah. Bajunya hitam. Sebutkan nama, kuliah di mana?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya perkenalkan saya Muhammad Zikri Adelindo, panggilan Zikri, mahasiswa Fakultas Hukum Universitas Andalas, angkatan 2003. Izin sebelumnya Pak Menko, dua infrastruktur yang mungkin akan saya bangun ketika saya menjadi seorang kepala daerah yang dalam artian APBD itu no limitnya gitu. Yang pertama itu pendidikan, dan yang kedua rumah sakit ataupun lembaga-lembaga kesehatan.
Kenapa pendidikan?
Baik, yang pertama pendidikan karena di hari ini yang saya lihat itu pertumbuhan ataupun angka pertumbuhan penduduk dari Indonesia terkhusus Sumatera Barat itu sudah mengalami beberapa kenaikan sekian persen. Nah, oleh karena itu saya rasa beberapa pendidikan yang sempat ada di daerah Sumatera Barat, kebetulan saya juga bukan senang ya Pak, pernah ikut pengabdian di daerah Kabupaten Solok. Itu masih ada beberapa sekolah yang saya rasa belum bisa menunjang dengan tepat dan juga cepat untuk pertumbuhan pendidikan, terutama SD dan juga SMP. Karena rata-rata di lebih kurang 14 kecamatan di Kabupaten Solok, masih ada beberapa kecamatan yang bisa kita bilang itu red zone Pak, kalau untuk pendidikan. Nah, hal itu yang saya akan lakukan pertama kali ketika menjadi seorang kepala daerah. Yang kedua kesehatan.
Kenapa?
Hari ini dengan beberapa permasalahan yang telah ada, apalagi sejak pandemi 19 itu telah banyak penyakit-penyakit yang hari ini mungkin ketika orang tua saya ataupun kakek nenek saya dahulu ketika hidup itu tidak ditemukan jenis penyakit tersebut. Nah, saya mendorong kesehatan karena rentannya kesehatan, apalagi kami generasi muda ini gitu Pak. Karena kan kebanyakan ya bisa dibilang banyak makan micin atau gimana gitu Pak. Nah, dengan adanya kesehatan tersebut saya rasa bisa membantu baik itu ibu-ibu, orang tua di rumah dalam memberikan pendidikan kesehatan kepada anak-anaknya.
Iya, luar biasa, tepuk tangan. Siapa namanya tadi?
Zikri Pak.
Zikri. Ada kaos ya, kaos bisa buat lari sore. Tulisannya never give up. Bagus, luar biasa Pak Rektor ini. Ditanya satu, jawabannya bisa bikin paper itu. Itu bisa bikin paper loh. Mengapa pendidikan penting, mengapa kesehatan penting. Itu beda ya Unand ya. Saya ingin suara perempuan sekarang. Yang perempuan. Tadi duluan yang kanan, yang paling duluan. Ya. Sebentar, sama enggak jawabannya? Sama, alasannya beda. Sama persis.
Sama jawabannya.
Oh, ada yang beda enggak? Tadi dulu, ada yang beda enggak? Yang beda. Silakan. Nanti balik situ ya. Nanti balik situ. Yang beda dulu, saya pengen denger yang beda.
Mungkin izin, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Diana Natalia Zahra, saya dari Fakultas Kedokteran. Mungkin langsung menjawab, jikalau saya diberikan kesempatan, if I were a major and I have saya tidak punya limit untuk dalam keuangan, hal pertama yang ingin saya lakukan adalah untuk akses pejalan kaki. Karena saya sendiri sebagai saya yang tinggal di Padang, saya selama ini sering berjalan kaki dan itu susah untuk berjalan kaki, seperti ada tutup baliho, ada pos polisi dan sebagainya. Juga sering penjual kaki lima. Itu yang pertama. Dan yang kedua itu akses transportasi publik, karena di sini sulit untuk mendapatkan akses-akses yang yang mudah gitu. Karena ada seperti sekarang sudah Trans Padang, cuma hanya untuk rute-rute tertentu saja, dan itu lumayan menyulitkan kepada kami seperti mahasiswa. Mungkin sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Mantap. Boleh tadi? Ya. Walaupun sama, boleh silakan.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Pak Menteri. Perkenalkan, saya Siti Haniza. Saya staf di Career Development Center Universitas Andalas. Iya, staf Pak. Oke, jika saya jadi pemimpin daerah dan punya budget tidak terbatas, maka yang akan saya bangun adalah sekolah dan rumah sakit. Sama dengan jawaban sebelumnya. Kenapa sekolah? Karena saya merasakan betapa manfaatnya pendidikan, dan saya senang dengan orang-orang cerdas, karena dengan cerdas kita bisa mandiri, bisa berdiri atas kaki sendiri, dan dengan begitu Indonesia bisa makmur dan sejahtera. Dan itu sesuai dengan amanah Undang-Undang Dasar kita. Kenapa rumah sakit? Yang namanya rakyat cerdas, mereka pasti produktif dan mereka butuh kesehatan yang mumpuni untuk bisa mereka melaksanakan atau berdikari tadi. Demikian Pak, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, tepuk tangan juga. Iya, semua punya idealisme, semua punya gagasan, dan semua punya kebutuhan. Memang selalu dihadapkan pada keterbatasan. Inilah mengapa ada trilema tadi. Kita ingin cepat, ingin murah, ingin bagus. Pada realitasnya seringkali tidak bisa memilih tiga-tiganya. Kalau mau cepat, murah, sering kualitasnya agak sedikit diabaikan. Ingin bagus tapi cepat, tentu nggak bisa murah. Ya, nah, ingin murah tapi bagus, lama. Betul? Nah ini yang dihadapi kita semua, pemerintah pusat dan daerah. Jadi mohon kita sama-sama saling memahami, ada sejumlah prioritas yang harus kita jawab bersama-sama, tetapi percayalah bahwa tadi pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, pelayanan publik yang lain itu semuanya penting dan butuh dukungan dari negara. Saya lanjutkan. Teman-teman sekalian, inilah yang harus kita lakukan. Beberapa hal tentunya kita harus mengedepankan inovasi dan teknologi. Inklusif dalam menghadirkan solusi dan juga policy. Kita juga harus menyeimbangkan, balancing antara semangat kita mengejar pertumbuhan yang tinggi, kemudian juga membuka lapangan pekerjaan atau pro-jobs, kemudian kita juga berpihak pada masyarakat yang kurang mampu, saudara-saudara kita yang berada di garis kemiskinan, dan yang terakhir, itu semua tanpa mengabaikan kepedulian kita pada alam, pro-environment. Ini juga menjadi pilar dalam pembangunan ke depan. Nah, sekarang saya masuk. Bagaimana kita menghadirkan infrastruktur yang semakin hijau, semakin berdaya tahan, dan juga semakin cerdas? Green, resilient, and smart infrastructure. Ini masa depan kita. Harus kita mulai dari sekarang. Kita harus punya pendekatan-pendekatan yang sekali lagi lebih ramah lingkungan. Energi juga harus semakin ramah lingkungan. Transisi energi baru terbarukan. Kemudian juga kita tata ruangan kita, tata ruang kota kita menjadi lebih berkelanjutan. Semua kita hadapkan pada masa depan yang semakin membutuhkan teknologi dan inovasi yang berkelanjutan. Ini semua kita hadirkan teknologi yang memang saat ini sudah dikembangkan, memang sebagian masih mahal, tetapi memang ke depan harus membangun infrastruktur yang lebih punya kekuatan dan kelenturan terhadap bencana alam, terutama gempa bumi maupun bencana-bencana lainnya. Kalau tempatnya sering atau terdampak tsunami misalnya, harus elevated, harus ditinggikan jembatannya, kemudian jalan-jalannya termasuk coastal barriers, dan terakhir yang modular dan adaptif sehingga kalau ada apa-apa bisa segera dibangun kembali. Yang berikutnya, teman-teman sekalian, kecerdasan buatan itu harus lebih diaplikasikan pada pembangunan infrastruktur. Kita semua diharapkan bisa menggunakan Internet of Things, sensor, early detection, early warning system, itu harus kita miliki. Kalau rusak ya diganti, diperbaharui, agar tidak terlambat. Kemudian evacuation, mengevakuasi, ini juga harus direncanakan, bahkan disimulasikan. Jadi kalau bisa nanti bukan hanya Kota Padang, tapi di tempat-tempat lainnya Pak Gubernur, itu juga terus melakukan simulasi atau drills yang membuat masyarakat siap. Dan yang terakhir adalah kota yang cerdas adalah kota yang semakin efisien menggunakan energi, menggunakan listriknya. Dan kita harus lebih bersandar pada energi baru terbarukan, termasuk yang sedang dikembangkan saat ini menggunakan solar panel. Jadi ini semua harus bisa diterapkan di Indonesia. Pertama, kita lindungi pantai-pantai kita, coastal protection. Saya sudah sampaikan tadi, hybrid antara membangun dinding-dinding laut, dinding-dinding pantai, sea walls, maupun dengan mangrove. Yang kedua, water security. Ini kita harapkan jangan sampai pada saat kering kita kekurangan air, betul ya? Jadi sebetulnya 3 masalah utama air di Indonesia. Kadang kekurangan, kadang kelebihan. Banjir, banjir bandang. Kemudian yang ketiga masalahnya adalah kualitas air. Air kotor, ini harus dibersihkan. Sungai-sungai kita kotor, seringkali sungai menjadi tempat sampah. Padahal sungai adalah sumber kehidupan, arteri ekonomi. Sebelum ada jalan, dulu nenek moyang kita menggunakan sungai. Negara-negara maju ingin punya sungai, bahkan bikin sungai buatan. Hanya untuk indah, untuk tourism, untuk sports. Kita dikaruniai banyak sungai, kita jaga. Kita bersihkan airnya, kita alirkan sungainya sehingga tidak menghambat dan terjadi bencana yang buruk. Jadi kita cegah terjadinya kekeringan, kekurangan air bersih, kelebihan air maupun air yang tidak layak dikonsumsi. Yang berikutnya adalah bagaimana kita bisa membangun kota-kota yang lebih memiliki daya tahan, urban resilience. Kita perbaiki sistem drainase dengan green smart integration. Kita juga berharap semakin menggunakan energi baru terbarukan. Ini di Cirata misalnya. Bagaimana kemudian bendungan-bendungan kita juga dihamparkan oleh solar panel agar listrik terjaga, konsumsi, saya ulangi, kapasitasnya lebih baik dan bisa didistribusikan, termasuk tenaga bayu atau angin. Nah, ini harapannya adalah ke depan Indonesia semakin mengedepankan prinsip-prinsip ini, di mana pendekatannya harus terintegrasi, menghadapi semua jenis bencana. Kemudian semua kembali kepada komunitas. Karena komunitas yang berdaya tahan akan memiliki kekuatan bersama, termasuk mengedepankan kaum perempuan dan anak-anak yang seringkali menjadi korban paling berat dari bencana alam. Lalu kita align kebijakan dunia, ada SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, utamanya nomor 13, Climate Action, dan juga beberapa protokol yang kita harus ikuti dan dikaitkan dengan kebijakan nasional dan juga daerah. Dan yang terakhir, inovasi harus dihadirkan menggunakan kerjasama antara dunia swasta dengan pemerintah atau public-private partnership dari dalam maupun luar negeri. Terakhir, teman-teman sekalian, mari kita perkuat kolaborasi dan sinergi di antara kita, pemerintah hari ini dengan kalangan akademisi, Universitas Andalas, tapi juga dengan business community, termasuk komunitas-komunitas masyarakat yang ada dan media. Mudah-mudahan ini semua bisa menjadi kekuatan kita dalam menyiapkan Indonesia yang semakin memiliki daya tahan terhadap bencana alam. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sukses untuk
Iya, baju kotak-kotak, iya yang lagi angkat tangan, yang itu. Oke, dipercepat. Langsung silakan.
Baik.
Langsung silakan.
Baik, terima kasih sebelumnya kepada moderator dan Bapak AHY. Suatu kebanggaan bagi saya bisa langsung berinteraksi kepada Bapak. Perkenalkan, nama saya Syahdan Ramadhanu dari jurusan Ekonomi Unand. Saya alhamdulillah pada tahun 2022 dipilih sebagai Duta SDGs Indonesia. Baik, saya ingin bertanya kepada Bapak AHY. Seperti yang kita ketahui bahwasannya banyak sekali pertambangan yang terjadi di Indonesia dan itu seperti yang dapat dilihat bahwasanya banyak sekali pencemaran yang terjadi. Adanya dampak negatif dari pertambangan tersebut. Namun tidak dipungkiri bahwasanya ada sisi positif juga yang ada untuk pertambangan tersebut, yaitu di sisi ekonominya. Dan yang saya ingin tanyakan adalah bagaimana Bapak ataupun Menteri yang terkait untuk menanggapi hal tersebut dan seperti bagaimana Bapak untuk menjaga agar pertambangan itu juga tetap menjaga kelestarian dari kehijauan kita atau juga melihat bagaimana ya Allah, maaf agak deg-degan ini Bapak. Luar biasa. Bagaimana Bapak memastikan agar kehidupan kita ini atau bumi kita ini tetap lestari seperti itu. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik Bapak silakan langsung dijawab aja Pak. Langsung dua-duanya dulu ya Pak. Baik, selanjutnya yang perempuan satu pertanyaan saja ya. Jangan beranak-ranak di pertanyaannya.
Oke Bapak, perkenalkan nama saya Aisyah dari program studi agribisnis. Jadi pertanyaan saya mungkin mengenai bidang studi saya, itu di mana mungkin sedikit informasi di mana daerah di Sumatera Barat itu sendiri untuk distribusi pertanian itu bisa berasal dari lahan panjang, tanah datar, agam dan sebagainya. Nah seperti kita tahu kemarin ada bencana berupa putusnya jalan di daerah Lembah Hanai. Nah mungkin pertanyaannya bagaimana Menteri membuat kebijakan khusus mengenai distribusi pertanian. Karena salah satu tadi Bapak jelaskan bahwa dengan menyediakan logistik
untuk persediaan pertanian. Nah, sedangkan itu membutuhkan biaya yang besar. Selain itu juga produk pertanian itu bersifat cepat busuk, besar dan sebagainya. Jadi saya butuh untuk bagaimana kebijakan khusus Bapak dalam menjaga distribusi tersebut. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Silakan langsung jawab, Bapak.
Ya. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Ini nggak kalah kritis dengan anggota DPR RI saat dengar pendapat. Tadi mana? Syahdan. Syahdan ya? Artinya apa syahdan itu? Selamat ya menjadi duta SDG. Tahu siapa yang menyusun SDG? Siapa? Bappenas. Ya, UN. Oke, UN siapa yang menyusun, siapa yang ditunjuk UN ketika itu menyusun SDGs? Ada 3 yang ditunjuk Sekretaris Jenderal PBB ketika itu yang namanya Ban Ki-moon. 3 pemimpin negara di dunia, yang satu mewakili negara-negara maju, yaitu Perdana Menteri Inggris. David Cameron. Prime Minister David Cameron. Kemudian yang mewakili negara-negara dunia ketiga itu Presiden Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, perempuan. Nah, yang mewakili negara-negara berkembang dan juga emerging yaitu Presiden Indonesia namanya Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Ketika itu. Jadi makanya setiap kali saya mendengar SDG pasti saya akan komentar agar kita tahu latar belakangnya. Dirumuskanlah 3 pemimpin itu dalam beberapa kali high level panel meetings dan kemudian dirumuskan menggantikan yang namanya MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, menjadi 17 agenda dunia yang berkelanjutan, Sustainable Development Goals, termasuk agenda nomor 13 Climate Action. Sedikit sejarah. Nah itu. Nah teman-teman sekalian, kita hari ini benar dihadapkan pada dilema. Pertumbuhan ekonomi dulu atau lingkungan dulu? Susah kan jawabannya kan? Karena prosperity dan sustainability itu harus dijalankan bersamaan. Tidak bisa artinya tidak boleh ada yang dinomor 2-kan. Prosperity kita kejar. Indonesia harus makin makmur, masyarakatnya makin sejahtera. Setuju? Kan susah kita bicara, jaga lingkungan, bersih-bersih. Kalau kemudian, kami masalahnya bukan lingkungan Pak, masalah kami perut. Apakah itu sebuah hal yang tidak penting? Ya tentu bagi siapapun yang diri dan keluarganya masih berurusan dengan apakah hari ini saya makan atau tidak. Bukan pertanyaannya makan apa hari ini, tapi apakah makan atau tidak. Maka urusan-urusan lain nomor sekian. Jadi first and foremost, prosperity. People first development. Nomor 1. Bagi kita yang masih menghadapi kemiskinan dan ketimpangan. Tapi urusan lingkungan, sustainability ini nggak bisa dinomor sekiankan karena bumi makin hari makin panas, makin rusak kalau tidak ada upaya yang serius. Oleh karena itu pertanyaannya sangat tepat dan tajam, kritis, tambang ini diambil atau diapain? Ada caranya, bisa kita manfaatkan karena Indonesia dikaruniai dari Aceh hingga Papua itu sumber daya atau kekayaan alam yang luar biasa. Termasuk ada tanah jarang. Rare earth, mahal sekali dan dibutuhkan. Bahkan sekarang di Sulawesi Tengah, itu kan kekuatan kita nikel. Nikel nomor berapa kita di dunia? Kita paling besar produsen nikel di dunia. Padahal sekarang bahan baku baterai Lithium untuk EV, electric vehicles, apa bahannya? Nikel. Siapa yang produksi itu? Kendaraan sebanyak itu? Jutaan setiap tahun. Tiongkok, betul. Dan sejumlah negara lainnya. Ngambil baterainya dari mana? Nah, Indonesia tidak boleh ketinggalan. Ketika kita punya raw materials-nya, jangan sampai kita tidak melakukan yang namanya downstream industry. Hilirisasi, yang sering disebut-sebut oleh Bapak Presiden. Hilirisasi. Diambil bahan bakunya, diolah sehingga punya nilai yang berlipat ganda. Baru setelah itu kita gunakan sendiri atau kita jual. Tapi sudah dengan nilai yang jauh lebih besar untuk masuk ke dalam negara kita dan untuk rakyat yang lebih sejahtera. Sehingga mengambil kekayaan alam bukan berarti mengeksploitasinya. Ada aturannya, ada AMDAL yang harus dipenuhi. Itu konstitusi, itu undang-undang, itu hukum yang ditegakkan. Kalau ada penambang-penambang liar harus ditertibkan. Tidak boleh kemudian sembarangan karena hanya akan merusak alam kita. Jadi keseimbangan antara menggunakan kekayaan alam untuk kemakmuran rakyat dan sekaligus menjaga lingkungan kita. Begitu Syadan ya. Terima kasih. Tepuk tangan buat Syadan. Yang kedua dari Elisha. Betul. Elisha. Aisyah. Ini juga penting pertanyaannya. Ini bagus sekali. Bagaimana pertanian kita bisa makin sukses dan juga bisa menjawab tadi tantangan terhadap jumlah penduduk yang bertambah, distribusi yang harus segera dan bisa menjangkau seluruh wilayah. Pertama dari produksinya dulu. Para petani kita harus makin dikenalkan dengan alat pertanian yang modern. Mechanized agriculture. Pertanian itu harus makin dimekanisasi dengan teknologi yang makin modern meningkatkan produktivitas. Mengapa? Sekarang usia rata-rata petani kita, saya tidak tahu Pak Gubernur di Sumbar berapa, tapi rata-rata setahu saya di atas 44 tahun. Karena anak-anak mudanya nggak mau lagi jadi petani. Banyak yang memilih pekerjaan atau profesi yang lain. Merasa mungkin tidak begitu punya masa depan yang baik. Nah oleh karena itu pendekatannya adalah dengan mekanisasi. Dan menunjukkan bahwa petani bisa makmur, bisa sejahtera. Seperti petani-petani di negara-negara maju. Itu punya lahan besar, punya usahanya, dan pokoknya makmur lah. Nah di situ. Kemudian jalan-jalan distribusi harus diperkuat. Disinilah Kementerian PU, kita perkuat jalan-jalan daerah, jalan-jalan desa. Dari sawah menuju ke titik-titik distribusi sampai dengan ke pasar, sampai dengan ke masyarakat. Kalau jalannya bagus, waktu tempuhnya makin singkat, lebih efisien. Dan ingat, ketika panen, jangan sampai ada masalah baru, nggak ada gudangnya. Gudang harus dibikin. Gudang yang cukup, gudang yang juga modern. Bapak Presiden sekarang sedang menggalakkan membangun gudang-gudang tambahan untuk mensupport Bulog dan pemerintah-pemerintah daerah, agar panen raya bisa ditampung. Harga tidak jatuh, karena setelah dipanen, langsung ada off-takernya. Siapa off-takernya? Pemerintah lagi, negara lagi. Siapa? Untuk kebutuhan makan bergizi gratis, untuk kebutuhan yang lain-lain. Oleh karena itu, para petani kita juga mudah-mudahan bisa semakin sejahtera selain kita terus meningkatkan produktivitas dan indeks pertanaman kita. Irigasi menjadi penting, sumber daya air, segala-galanya. Kalau kering nggak mungkin sawah-sawah kita akan subur. Jadi pesan saya, mari kita perkuat swasembada pangan, setelah itu kita bisa menyasar sektor-sektor pembangunan lainnya setelah kita semua memiliki ketahanan pangan. Demikian Aisyah, pertanyaannya saya jawab. Tepuk tangan untuk Aisyah.
Baik.
Terima kasih. Mohon maaf ini teman-teman, karena saya setelah ini harus mengejar ke sejumlah titik lainnya, termasuk ingin cek pembangunan jalan tol ya. Pak Sigit, dan juga ada pengendali banjir termasuk tadi dengan Kementerian ATR BPN. Jadi terima kasih sekali lagi Pak Rektor, teman-teman, kapan-kapan kita sambung lagi diskusinya, semoga sukses, Unand semakin maju dan semakin berkontribusi untuk masyarakat Sumatera Barat dan juga Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Baik, kepada Pak Menko untuk tetap berada di tempat terlebih dahulu. Selanjutnya sebagai bentuk apresiasi kita kepada keynote speaker kita adalah penyerahan sertifikat dan plakat dari Universitas Andalas kepada Bapak Menko AHY. Baik, yang pertama penyerahan sertifikat dari Universitas Andalas kepada Bapak Menko AHY oleh Rektor Universitas Andalas Bapak Eva Yonedi. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah para hadirin yang berbahagia. Baik, selanjutnya kita penyerahan plakat dari Universitas Andalas kepada Bapak AHY. Selanjutnya penyerahan plakat dari Bapak Menko AHY kepada Universitas Andalas. Baik, kita lanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu bersama Pak AHY dan Bapak Rektor terlebih dahulu. Baik, selanjutnya foto bersama audiens. Bapak Oke, selanjutnya penyerahan buku dari Bapak Menko AHY kepada Universitas Andalas. Oke, selanjutnya foto bersama audiens. Kita akan putar arah terlebih dahulu dan kepada seluruh audiens kita diharapkan untuk berdiri dan pastikan Bapak dan Ibu partisipan juga dapat mengabadikan momen tersebut dan tetap ada di bagian dokumentasi kita. Baik. Baik, untuk sesi pertama, sesi formal terlebih dahulu. Oke, sesi formal 1, 2, 3. Oke, salam semangatnya. Salam semangatnya 1, 2, 3. Yang terakhir salam Minangkabau. Salam Minangkabau seperti ini. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Keterbukaan informasi publik satu lagi. Satu lagi keterbukaan informasi publik. C, seperti huruf C. 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang misalkan dapat duduk kembali ke posisi yang semula. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our plenary sessions. We extend our sincerest gratitude to the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructures and Regional Development, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA, for his infallible presence and insightful contributions to our conference. And his expertise and dedications to the disaster management are truly inspiring. And we hope these sessions are provide new knowledge and fosters meaningful discussions among all participants. Thank you for the active engagement, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
session 2.
To all presenters present their papers today, please ensure you are in the order listed on the schedule for parallel session 2. This session will be led by a moderator from each room or topic and will begin with a presentation from the invited speaker, followed by the presenters. Thank you for your cooperation. Diberitahukan kepada seluruh hadirin semuanya bahwa kita akan memasuki sesi paralel yang kedua di ruangan yang berada di sebelah kanan audiens, dan sebentar lagi kita akan memulainya. Jadi kami mohon kepada seluruh peserta dari parallel session yang kedua untuk memasuki ruangan karena sebentar lagi kita akan memulai parallel sesi yang kedua. Terima kasih.